love it in the offseason when we get some college football lines. Makes it feel like it is that much closer. Don't forget you can get a new shirt right there at nextround.store. Nextround.store. The orders have already, we were just getting an update in the break from the shipping fulfillment department back there. How many of you are already jumping on that? Nextround.store. Lance, our final segment presented by our friends at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill.
Oh, that shirt absolutely kills me. I'm going to have to get one. You?
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
Hey, look, the weather is changing. Spring weather is here, and that's why you need to make sure your HVAC can keep up with it. Our friends at Hemp Hill, they can do that. $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call. When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
These lines are from DraftKings Sportsbook. I'm just going to run through a few of them. A lot of Alabama lines in here, though, by the way. Ohio State, Michigan, the big game, Ohio State, Michigan. I know you're going to ask me, Michigan is at home in this one. This has been the big house.
I still am going to list Ohio State as a 1.5-point favorite.
You would be wrong. The DraftKings right now, 2.5-point favorite Michigan. 2.5-point favorite, home favorite over Ohio State. I've got a cocktail party line here. Cocktail party, Florida and Georgia.
I'm going to say Georgia is going to be 17.5.
22. Gets a little steep.
By then, who knows?
A lot of Bama lines here. We've already seen this one, Alabama, Texas, from DraftKings. Alabama, Texas. We saw it at 9. It's 9.5.
Yeah, I was going to say it should be right at 10 because I think I had it at 10 before.
I don't know if we've seen this one yet. Alabama hosting Ole Miss.
I have not, but I would say Alabama hosting Ole Miss. Alabama is going to be in the neighborhood of 17.5.
16. Okay. Alabama favorite 16. Alabama, Texas A&M. This game is in College Station. Alabama, Texas A&M.
I would say Alabama is a 7-point favorite.
Alabama 10.5 in College Station. That's a little steep. Alabama hosting Arkansas, a game that got tight when Bryce Young. Alabama had that game in hand until Bryce Young went out.
It's going to be around what you got with Ole Miss. I'll say 17 again.
18. Alabama, Tennessee. Revenge game for the Crimson Tide at Bryant-Denny.
Alabama 10.5.
Alabama is 10 in that revenge game. Alabama, LSU, a battle for the West.
Alabama 7.5.
Alabama is 8.5 hosting LSU. And then the Iron Bowl played at Jordan-Hare Stadium, not Bryant-Denny Stadium, Jordan-Hare Stadium this year. Alabama in the Iron Bowl.
18.
16 right now. Alabama 16 in the Iron Bowl. You would think that one comes down probably?
Well, I mean, it depends.
I know, but it generally has. I think
if Auburn gets better quarterback play than expected, Alabama gets worse quarterback play than expected. Yeah, it comes down.
I just think normally when we have seen this in the past, when it's a big Iron Bowl line in Auburn, that line has traditionally crept down. I don't have the numbers to back that up. It just is the way I feel. Okay, that was a wild ride today, Lance. Wild ride.
That was fun. It was a memorable show, I will call it.
Thank you to Joe Exotic. Thank you to James Garrettson. Thank you to John Parker Wilson.
Mr. FOMO is going to miss us.
He is going to miss us. Dunaway on vacation.
Those tempos would have been raw.
All next week. Rockstar, great job in the lounge.
Thank you, guys.
Everybody have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday on the next round.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, here we go. Another week of the next round. It is draft week. We'll talk some about that this week. It is the week after Alabama A-Day. The NBA playoffs are going on. Major League Baseball almost a month in. We got a lot to get to on the show today. He is Lance Taylor. I am Ryan Brown. Jim Dunaway on vacation. I assume over the last 2 nights has been sleeping in the glamping tent, right? That was on the front end of the vacay.
No, it was on the back end.
Oh, was it?
Actually,
My
I
apologies.
got a text from him last night, and he said they were having an absolute blast, and the glamping starts today.
Was it an unsolicited text? He just texted you out of the blue? Wow.
Mm-hmm. Sure was.
Interesting. Hey, having a great time.
Just want to let you know. I know you didn't ask.
Want to let you know glamping starts tomorrow.
Have a good weekend, buddy. I hope the weekend has been good to you. Love you. You know what that tells me?
You should just give him a thumbs up.
New phone, who it is?
I think there are 37 legalized states with weed.
Oh, okay.
You think he's been on the peyote?
I'm guessing.
Oh, I mean, I didn't get one. Rockstar, did you get one?
I did not.
All right. Scott, he and Scott are coffee buddies. Scott, did you get one?
Negative. I have not heard from Dunaway.
Lunsford in that chair back there. Lunsford, did you get one?
I have gotten nothing, but I have seen a million tweets from him this morning.
Oh, is he
So his whole I don't pay attention to the show when I'm gone. He's done nothing but tweet out stuff from the show this morning.
tweeting up a storm?
Oh, see, I didn't see that, but he did say there was one more. Having the best time, seriously, so much fun. We don't start glamping until Tuesday. Big hike today.
So much fun. We don't start glamping until Tuesday. The unsaid there is the fun ends Tuesday.
You know, we had Reed's, I don't want to say birthday dinner last night, and the glamping came up. When does the glamping start?
Yeah.
And
I'm assuming we'll know on the Instagram.
Oh, yeah. We'll see it on the gram.
Yeah.
But the consensus at dinner was nobody wanted to glamp.
Like nobody at the dinner did.
Yeah. I mean, do you have any desire to ever glamp?
It was mentioned very briefly. So we're going out west as well for my daughter's graduation trip. And my wife.
Make it sound so old.
What?
Like you guys are about to board a train.
Yeah, woo-woo.
Get on the covered wagon.
Yeah. My wife had looked at a lot of options, and the same basic place, like when Rockstar has shown the photo, it's the same photo Jennifer showed me, was mentioned for one night. That was only going to be one night, though. So, I mean, it wasn't going to be an extended thing. And it's probably for one night kind of cool and fun. But then after that, I think I'd get tired of it, yeah. Yeah, one night would probably do.
Where are you going to shower?
Well, that's part of the problem. I think it is communal showers, isn't it? Which
I'm not see a problem with that.
But, you know, when you say communal showers, like if you're in a hotel, a lot of people have showered in that shower you're in.
No, yeah, I get that.
But you just think about it differently, I think.
Well, yeah, because you can go, sit on the bed naked and dry yourself out.
That's right. I like to do that.
Yeah.
I like to sit
I
on
didn't think
the
of it like that, but that's true.
Yeah, sit on the bed naked and dry myself out. But I don't know why the communal shower at somewhere like that bothers me. It's really not that different.
I have never worried, though, and it's been a while since I've stayed at what I would consider a really sketch hotel.
Right.
But I never worry about, like, getting athlete's foot from a hotel.
You know, sometimes I think of it.
I never do.
It just depends.
I've only gotten it one time, and I got it from Fraternity House way back in the day.
How bad is it? I've always heard of athlete's foot, but I've never.
Yeah, it's not good.
Just a lot of itching?
A little itching, some discoloration, some smell.
Woo.
Tough acting and acting.
Yeah, it's just disgusting.
John Madden, you remember tough acting and acting.
But, I mean, really, you have to wear shower shoes in certain spots, and I would think in one of those communal showers if you are going glamping. But that doesn't seem very glampy.
How did you get rid of the athlete's foot?
I'm sure I used one of those tough
actants and actin'?
Yeah, something like that.
Spray that deodorant on your feet.
So disgusting. And then I wore shower shoes from then on.
Yeah.
But I haven't, you say shower shoes, it's basically flip-flops. I haven't worn flip-flops in a shower. I can't tell you the last time.
Yeah. I guess I just don't really think about it that much anymore, but all the best to Dunaway, man. Brett says, and now Brett's a truck driver, so he's got to go communal shower a lot there. He says, wear the shower shoes.
Yeah, see, that's the tough part about Brett's job, too.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's so conditioned to it now. Yeah. But you've been to those big truck stops that have the showers?
I have, yeah. And they call like shower 38 now available.
Yeah.
Shower 38 now available.
Just doesn't seem like a lot of fun.
It does not. And and most things restroom, I do not like playing road games.
Yeah.
And I'm a really good home team when it comes to the men's room, right? Really good home team. Love playing in a home stadium. So it takes me a minute even to get adjusted to that on the road, much less the showers. Yeah.
I'll tell you the place to go to do your road business.
You've told me this, yeah.
Is hotel.
Yeah, and I've used that before. Yeah, I've used that before because they generally keep it clean.
But there's one on 280 that is right by the receptionist or the front desk.
Right.
I mean,
you're back again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, when you head straight to the bathroom, they probably think something's up. But I don't know if they'd ever call you out.
I mean, what are they going to do? Make you return it?
Yeah. I mean, once you get in there, it's over.
Game is over at that point. Yeah. There you go.
But I do think that is the best public facility.
Like, if you're on a long road trip and you're like, it's happening now. I'm with Lance. I have pulled over to many a hotel and just waved at him at the front desk on my way in and go straight to the facilities.
I'm not going to KFC.
Yeah, I mean, that's,
if it's bad enough, I'll go to a Porta John. I'm at that point where I don't care anymore.
If you have no other choices, you have no other choices. But in my scenario, I'm able to get off the interstate and there's a Hampton Inn, right? And I'm like,
my wife has the key. I'm going to meet her at the pool.
Room 327. I'm just going to hit the head right here before I head up there. If you don't mind.
Floors. Okay.
Yep. All right.
It's amazing though how many businesses have dirty bathrooms.
No, I agree completely. Yeah.
Like the bookstore I told you guys I was in, where I almost bought a book last week.
Yeah.
So close.
I actually had to take in their facilities, and they
Did
were
you take a book in there with you?
They were disgusting. No, but I did tell you when I was at a local sports bar,
right?
And I could say which one because we're going to be there on Thursday night. Twin Peaks, Rocky.
That's right. We're there for the draft Thursday night. Twin Peaks, 5 to 7. Come see us.
I walk in to take a pee. And I look to my right, and for whatever reason, it caught my attention. But, you can barely see through the cracks sometimes.
Oh, no.
There was a dude in there just crushing, and he had his man-sized beer. It was sitting on the toilet paper little dispenser. Yeah.
Yeah, that's dedication to the craft.
I'm going to be here for a while.
I mean, I was blown away.
But it takes some hydration with me. You never know.
It's really disgusting when you think about it, doesn't it?
I would say yes, very much disgusting.
A lot of particles in that beer.
Yeah, like I'll bring a beer into a bathroom if I'm like going on the urinal sometimes. It's just naturally in your hand or whatever if you're having a conversation at a bar. Better than leaving that and probably getting roofied. But to take a complete 22-ounce mug in and put it on the dispenser and basically take your time, just kick back.
Yeah.
That was his version of reading a book.
Yeah. I'm not, I don't even like taking the capped and covered drink in the bathroom with the straw exposed. It's like, I don't know, there's something floating around in the air there. So there you go. That's a great way to start the week. So all the best to Dunaway on his vacation. That's how we got started on that. So a lot to get to today. Lance, start us off with our friends at Redmont, and we'll start with the Alabama 8A game and then get to your best and worst of the weekend. But first, Charles Barkley's Vodka is Redmont.
Yeah, it is. Locally owned and operated. Their aim is clarity in taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Ask for it by name, now available in 22 states. It is Redmont vodka.
So I would say anybody that's having a spring game, any spring game out there, be it 8A in Alabama or Auburn, the Orange and Blue Review at Florida, whatever everybody calls their spring game. Every fan base is united in one desire, and that is no injuries. Get out of there healthy and, whatever else you can deal with. But I do think when you have quarterback battles going on in spring games, you would like to see either both guys go out there and slay it. That's what you would ideally like to see. So, both our guys look good. We can't go wrong here. But if both of them are going to look good, you'd like to see one of them take the job by the horns in your mind. Now, you got to remember, this is one of, 3 spring scrimmages. It just happens you get to see this one, right? So there's a lot of other stuff coaches are judging from. This is kind of an exhibition. But I think fans leave a spring game, they want to say, hey, quarterback X, whether in this case it was Ty Simpson, Jalen Milroe, whoever, they really took the Bulls by the horn. I feel confident with that guy.
Yeah, look, the thing I would say is it doesn't always work out. Cam Newton didn't look good in the spring game for Auburn back in the day, but both Milroe and Simpson struggled. I mean, the 2 starting quarterbacks combined for 3 interceptions. They completed less than 50% of their passes. This is exactly what you didn't want if you were an Alabama fan, because there were so much concerns just from things that you had heard that Nick Saban not necessarily pleased with the quarterback position. Now this just makes you really think, how active are they going to be before April 30th?
Yeah, I mean, the numbers. Jalen Milroe, 19 of 37, 2 picks, as you said. He did throw 2 touchdowns, though, 245 yards. I will say
2 picks, 2 touchdowns is not going to work.
It's not, but it's kind of what we saw. So against the A&M in his start, it was 3 touchdowns, 2 picks, right, if I'm not mistaken.
I think that's right.
So I was about to say that's kind of the Jalen Milroe we saw against Texas A&M. I mean, I'll pull up his box real quick, but 19 of 37, 245, 2 touchdowns, 2 picks feels a lot like what you saw against A&M.
But we've heard ball security is a problem for Jalen Milroe.
That is right. Not just the interceptions, but he holds it loosely.
And if he is a guy that's going to average 2 turnovers a game, I mean, just go back and look at the last 3 quarterbacks and look, and they were all elite for Alabama. From Tua to Mac to Bryce, those guys did not turn the football over.
Yeah, they did not throw interceptions, did they? I mean,
they did not. Yeah. And if this becomes a problem, you think about Alabama. You know, the Alabama team that used to win games by 21-plus every game, it seemed like, you could get away with turning the football over. This Alabama team that I know they only lost 2 games by a combined 4 points, but they also won some tight ones last year.
Against A&M, boy, did I remember him throwing for more yards than this. How many yards do you think he threw for against A&M? Because I just said 245. That feels a lot like what he did against A&M. Boy,
no, I thought it was like 188.
It was 111.
Okay.
God, did you remember it being that low?
No, I don't remember being that low.
12 of 19, 111, 3 touchdowns and a pick. But he also, I believe, had a fumble in that game, if I remember correctly. So, yeah, ball security has been an issue with him. We just haven't seen a whole lot of Ty Simpson.
Yeah, that's Ty's, I mean, I guess the knock on him was he's just not game ready. He just doesn't have the experience, doesn't have command of the offense yet. 12
of 26, a pick, 155, no touchdowns. I mean, those numbers get you beat in a lot of SEC games. Again, it's just a spring game, though.
You know, if there was praise for any of the quarterbacks, it was one of the freshmen, Dylan Lonergan.
Yeah, 8 of 14, 79 yards, a touchdown, and did not throw an interception.
And even Saban said that, Dylan played well.
I mean, you've come into this thinking it's going to be Milroe or Simpson. I guess if it's Lonergan, you're like, well, at least he went out and won the job, right? He was a freshman. I mean, nobody handed him the job.
I mean, we have seen true freshman quarterbacks,
Absolutely.
but, it doesn't seem like it was long ago when there was the trivia question, who was the only true freshman quarterback to start in SEC history? And I think it was Brent Schaefer for a minute.
Yeah. I mean, it has been a long time, a long time. So that was, I don't want to call it the negative, but I guess it was the negative. I don't know what you would call a negative. Malik Benson, I would say, 5 catches. He was targeted 7 times, 70 yards and a touchdown. A little bit what we thought we would see from him. Based on Luganville was the first guy that was like, when Luganville joined us from New Orleans, when Alabama was getting ready for the Kansas State game, the Sugar Bowl. And he was like, guys, in practice, I've watched practice. I've been to practice. They cannot cover Malik Benson. He's going to be a problem.
Yeah,
and he led them in receiving.
And most of those numbers were on that final drive. But Benson, Kendrick Law, those were a couple of receivers that did jump out. It will be fascinating to see if Benson could have a Jamison Williams type year.
Yeah.
After coming into the program for the first year.
Yeah. So I would agree with you. Yeah, I would agree to see what type of player he is. But he was the guy that at least led in receiving. The name I threw out there, Justice Haynes, 10 carries, 27 yards. So he didn't do a whole heck of a lot. He did have 2 touchdown carries though,
and that he had touchdown reception too.
Yeah,
so he was very involved. The numbers aren't going to be eye popping because the yards per carry weren't great, but Haynes is still a guy that he's a gamer.
Yeah, I guess the positive would be defensively. Malachi Moore had a really good game.
Oh, yeah, 3 sacks.
Yeah, 3 sacks for Malachi Moore. Caleb Downs, second leading tackler on the Crimson team, the guy that we talked about on the show Friday that is going to be a story for Alabama this season potentially as a true freshman, one of the best players in the country last year as a high schooler.
And I'll tell you where you don't really see a lot of true freshmen play. That's on the defensive line, but they're talking about James Smith. This kid is going to be one of the next great Alabama defensive linemen.
Yeah. So, it is a spring game. I don't know what to make of it. Clint Lamb will join us later. We'll get Clint's thoughts on it. Whatever you can Gardner from a spring game, and we'll talk with Clint about the possibility of a transfer portal quarterback.
Yeah, the only thing that I really get from it is I think Justice Haynes is going to be a player.
I said I thought he would lead Alabama in rushing. Do you feel that way?
Probably with just the way they implemented him in that game plan, the way Tommy Rees uses him.
Right.
Yeah, that I think he's probably going to get the majority of the touches. So I would go back here. I said Jam Miller.
Yeah.
But I think I would go Haynes now. I took that. The defense is young but really good.
Yeah, there was a lot of praise about the way they attacked the ball and it felt more aggressive, I guess, at least in a spring game than what Pete Golding was, and that is more of a Kevin Steele trademark. He and Pete Golding approached this a little bit differently.
I'm starting to think though that the running backs are going to be fine. There's plenty of depth. I think the receivers actually, Bond had a couple of drops in this game, but they said that he's really progressed this spring. I mentioned Malik Benson, Kendrick Law. I think the receivers are going to be fine. The offensive line is going to be improved. The biggest question mark, which you haven't had this question mark in a long time under Nick Saban, is quarterback.
Yeah, and it looks like a wide open race right now. I don't even know how you would handicap it.
Well, if somebody comes in before April 30th.
Well, that's going to be probably your odds-on leader at that point.
Yeah, I mean, again, if it was Tyler Van Dyke, which the reports were out there, and then they got shot down.
A contract negotiation.
Probably, yeah. But if it was Tyler Van Dyke,
you'd make him the odds-on favorite.
Oh yeah.
So that I think will be the next thing everybody is looking for is Alabama active in the transfer portal at the quarterback position. We'll just have to wait and see about that one. We'll talk more about that with Clint coming up in just a little bit. Your best and worst of the weekend coming up next as well. I did watch a little bit of the Colorado spring game, only because it was on ESPN, and we had dinner planned, so I was at home, and I was like, well, I got a minute here to sit. I'm going to see what's going on here. There's a story that is coming out of that we'll get to later, but the first thing they show is because the XFL game was like a blowout. I don't know why they were sticking with it. It was a blowout. A.J. McCarron's team, St. Louis, was blowing out whoever they were playing, in Orlando, I think. And I'm like, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I wish they'd cut away from this for the Colorado spring game. And they show like, hey, coming up, and Deion's wearing a white cowboy hat. And all you see is the snow that's been pushed off the field.
Yeah. One of the reasons that Deion won't be in Boulder long.
That's the first thing I thought is how hard is it going to be to recruit to this?
Yeah.
I mean, you can see why historically Colorado has struggled to recruit, right? And this guy's a dynamic recruiter, but I'm telling you, man, what was Saturday, April 21st? If April 21st, they're having to scrape snow off the field, that's a place I'm not going to school.
But you see the buzz for Deion immediately, man. I mean, they had less than 2,000 fans for the spring game last year. They had a complete sold-out at Folsom Field, 45,000.
In cold weather. I mean, it was frigid out there, which they're used to that, I guess, but it was a legit packed house.
Deion's shirt, not only did he have the cowboy hat, his shirt said, I ain't hard to find.
He's a show, isn't he?
He is. But Shador actually played well.
Yeah.
At quarterback.
Yeah. He did. I mean, now, look, they played a modified spring game. Deion said up front, like, we did not expect the snow. We don't know what field conditions we're going to get, so we're probably going to take this thing a little bit easy. It's going to be a glorified practice. And they ran just a lot of drills and things like that. So I don't know how much you could put into any of it. But I did watch it. Deion is a show that I'm telling you, man, everybody's like, I can't wait to see what this team does this year. Their start is so brutal to their schedule. I mean,
but they are a can't miss to me. I mean, like
I'm with you. I'll watch.
If there's a must-watch team right now in college football going into 2023, it is Colorado.
But I mean, tell me your best case scenario in the month of September for them, Lance, at TCU, which TCU is going to lose a lot, but still, I mean,
they're not losing to Colorado.
Nebraska at home, it's a toss-up at best. Colorado State at home,
they win that game.
All right, at Oregon,
it's a loss.
USC at home.
I mean, I think best case are 2 and 3 to start.
That's an easy 1-4. If they're 1-4, you don't even think twice about it, do you?
No.
So, the 47,000 that were at that game, you're going to have to keep that same type of spirit through a rough October and September. It doesn't get that much easier, by the way. I mean, then they're in their Pac-12 schedule, which they've been the worst Pac-12 team for quite a while now. So, I mean, it's going to be tough. You got to keep this same type of emotion if you're a Colorado fan through a tough September.
But at least if you're a Colorado fan, what it seemed like was you were basically just serving out a death sentence.
Yeah.
Like this program was not. So at least you do have hope. and you've got a good buzz.
Scott's showing you some primetime video there as he came out on the field. And as I said, I mean, you can look at the stands. That was they weren't kidding about a sellout. That place was full. Everybody was fired up, and Deion showed a lot of appreciation to the crowd.
Deion looks like he's moving pretty good. Didn't he lose half his foot?
He did. Now, he when he was coming out of the tunnel, I noticed a pretty significant limp as he kind of tried to trot out of the tunnel. So he's
not going to be running with Ralphie?
I don't know that he's going to lead Ralphie out. No. I mean, I'd be careful doing that. But look, I mean, the crowd got excited. They got behind him. They filled that little stadium up in snow. That's impressive.
I'll tell you, if they ever get good, do you think he's a guy that will ever take the foot off the pedal?
Oh, no. He'll score some points. Yeah. He'll make an impression. But I'm with you. This is when I got to scrape snow off the field for my spring game, I know I'm probably battling an uphill climb recruiting against Florida and Alabama and Georgia and SEC, Texas, and teams like that. If those are the teams I'm going to have to go head-to-head against, that's going to be tough.
Yeah, somebody recently asked, does it snow in Birmingham a lot? And I said, about once every other year.
Can you remember the last time it did, though? I really can't remember the last snow we got. Yeah.
But I'll take my snow in November, December, January. I don't want my snow in April.
No, sir. And that's what I'm saying, man.
Yeah, and he's going to get that a lot. So not only is it going to be a little more difficult to recruit, although he's Deion Sanders and he's done a great job with it thus far, but I don't think Deion personally wants to hang out in snow.
But if you're Deion, you'd like to get some kids from Florida to come to Colorado, right? That's a tough sell.
Oh, yeah.
But if I told the top 5 players in the state of Florida, hey, our spring game is on Saturday, watch it, and they're scraping snow off the field, do you think that kid in Florida is like, there's where I want to go?
No.
I mean, that's going to be a hard sell for Deion on some of those kids. All right, we'll get to your best and worst for the weekend presented by Hemp Hill. When we come back, fire off there in the chat room if you would like. Thank you for joining us, Coke Zero chat room. You can drop your best and worst in there. You can also give us a call, 205-734-0923. That's 205-734-0923. We'll get to that in the next segment. Don't forget our friends at Johnston RV are having that Clean Sweep RV sales event in the month of April. Just a few leftovers still there from 2022, including some Coachman Prism and Sunseeker motorhomes. You can get deep discounts on these. You can see more always online at johnstonrvcenter.com. Check out that lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on new models and used under 2 years of age. Also see them in person. Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, johnstonrvcenter.com.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Spring has sprung, and that means there's no shortage of things to do and places to explore. No matter what these upcoming months may have in store for you, be sure you're doing it in style. At New Balance Birmingham, we provide versatility, comfort, and function that all come together for a combination rivaled by no other shoe. Come find a shoe that fits your lifestyle at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
We continue on the Next Round, best and worst of the weekend coming up in just a few moments. We'll give you hours and take yours there in the chat room. Also 205-734-0923. Coming up a little bit later on, we talked some about Alabama's A-Day. As I mentioned, Clint Lamb going to join us. We'll also hear what Nick Saban had to say, oddly. Basically everything we brought up, he was asked about and commented on. So clearly those are some of the takeaways. Before we get to best and worst, Lance, tell them about Bromberg's.
Hey, our friends at Bromberg's, the diamond specialist. If you're thinking about popping the question this spring, head into one of those great locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. Nothing like giving or getting that silver box. Bromberg's also thrilled to be the official Oris jeweler. Introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris, founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch, think of beauty, designed according to the principles that have been around for generations and will continue long into the future. An Oris watch is an item built to last and provide a lifetime of enjoyment. For more information, you can view them right now at the Summit location or online. Go to brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
Turns out the Astros are pretty good. Braves found that out over the weekend, didn't they?
Yep, sure did.
Get the old sweep by the Astros. Their Astros are just 12-10, but I don't think anybody thought that their record is indicative of what type of team they're going to be in the long run. I mean, this is a legit World Series contender.
Well, and it's a team that actually won the World Series last year. They were in the World Series in 2021, so I don't think it's any surprise that the Astros are starting to come on. 2.5 games behind Texas. Texas has been one of the surprise so far in April in Major League Baseball. I don't think Texas holds up. I mean, DeGrom can't start every game.
He cannot. So I'm with you. I think the Astros eventually win that division. But I was looking at it before the show. Tell me of these teams who you're buying in Major League Baseball. So the Braves now, they still have a half-game lead over the Mets in the National League East. We are not surprised that Braves and Mets are battling it out. The Orioles are 14-7 now. They're 4.5 back because Tampa has been scorching hot. But they've got the second-best record in the American League. Do you buy into the Orioles?
I do, just based on last year. You know, this was a good Orioles team.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you look around, it's not like that they've got massive superstars. But the Orioles, you know, they can steal bases, very aggressive team. And, I think the Orioles have got some staying power, actually.
The Pirates are 16-7, which is the second-best record in baseball, the best in the National League.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy the Pirates.
That's a good start, though, 16-7. Diamondbacks are tied with your Dodgers at the lead. You don't buy them at all. They jumped out early in the NL West.
Major surprise. It's been really disappointing where the NL West is right now because Arizona has been obviously much better than advertised. But you look at the Dodgers and the Padres, both basically 500 teams right now.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. Of all the divisions, the West is the most disappointing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Based on where you thought the Padres and the Dodgers would
the
be.
Cubs have been surprising. The Marlins a little bit.
Yeah.
It's been an interesting first few weeks here of baseball.
It has been. So the Braves get swept over the weekend by the Houston Astros. But again, I think that's a really quality, not that it helps you feel any better when you get swept, but a very quality franchise that has done it. All right, let's get to the best and worst of the weekend. We got some over there in the chat room. We'll give you hours as well. It's presented each week by Hemp Hill.
Yeah, our friends at Hemp Hill Services want to remind you the spring weather is here. You need to keep up with the changing weather. And our friends at Hemp Hill, they want to make sure that HVAC is working. And right now they've got the $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off Any service call when you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Call 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Some of the best in the weekend, believe it or not, it shows you how things change. LeBron can be a polarizing guy, but some of the best, LeBron taking it to Dylan Brooks. I was surprised as you were. I watched Saturday night thinking LeBron will go off. What do you have, 25 in that game?
He had 25.
Which was actually under his
28
prop.
and a half.
Yeah.
Couple of things, though. Dylan Brooks gets ejected in the third
Oh,
quarter.
yeah, no. Dylan Brooks looked like a complete idiot. Yeah.
But you just wonder if LeBron would have been pressing a little bit more if Dylan would have been in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Anthony Davis was great with 31, and Lakers take a 2-1 series lead now. LeBron, only had 7 free throw attempts in the game. He was 0 of 4 behind the arc, so LeBron didn't play his best game.
But the Lakers have taken the lead, and I was looking at the Vegas odds this morning. They're a heavy favorite in that series now. I think minus 360 is where I saw them in that series. So, the worm has turned a little bit there, hasn't it?
Although it's 3-6 and the Lakers are your 6, they're the better team.
Yeah, but and Dylan Brooks poked the bear, and it feels like that was so unnecessary, and it feels like woke up the Lakers a little bit.
He poked LeBron's bear.
He did. Absolutely.
I did think that was somewhat. I didn't think it was premeditated. I don't know about you guys.
What do you mean? Just what he did to get ejected?
Yeah. They hit on LeBron.
Yeah.
I think it was inadvertent. It looks when you slap somebody in the junk.
Right.
That it's going to be, something that he did purposely based on the history and coming into this game. But I don't know if it warranted a flagrant 2.
Yeah. No, I would kind of agree with you. And to be consistent, I didn't think Draymond Green should have gotten suspended for what he did. I'm fine with him getting ejected. I think in the playoffs, you got to let a little bit of this stuff go.
I think you should let it play, yeah. I mean, stomping on somebody's chest, hitting somebody in the junk, those are frowned upon.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely, I'm fine with him getting a technical for that. And I don't know that it was the ejection, at least, for Draymond Green, and the suspension was the part I had the issue with him. All right, let's continue best and worst of the weekend. Nick, his best, taking the kids to the Stallions game, being surprised with the best seats ever. All right, best, worst, the Braves getting swept. Their injuries are catching up. Greg's best, the Stanley Cup playoffs. Also, he says the Bulls, Birmingham Bulls, advancing to the finals. Stanley Cup playoffs. I actually watched a little bit of that Bruins game the other night because everybody's saying this might be the best hockey team of all time.
Well, look, we were watching the other night when they were filing out of their stands last Wednesday night.
They were getting beat, yeah.
Yeah, when Florida was up 5-2, and I said, look, I still feel really good about this Bruins team.
Yeah, how'd that turn out?
Look, blew out Florida on Florida's ice yesterday, 6-2. They're up in the series 3-1. They'll end this in 5.
Probably so, yeah. I mean, if you're the best team that's hockey history's ever seen, right? Tommy Firestick, his best was running into Brown and his wifey while wearing his TNR shirt. The worst, the Braves getting swept. I saw him. I was walking out of the pits, and there's the photo, Scott, showing you of me and Tommy Firestick. Headed out, and I'm like, I'd already seen a couple people in TNR gear, but they were like separated by a sea of people a long way off, so I didn't get to them. But he's walking right at me, and I start pointing at the shirt, and I'm pointing at him, and I guess he, at first he's like, why is this idiot pointing at me? And then he realized, it's the TNR connection. So we got our photo made right there by my wife. We look like
Tommy
giants.
Firestick.
Oh, Tommy Firestick wearing the next round shirt there at Talladega Superspeedway. His worst, the Braves getting swept. Michael's best, their 6-month-old started crawling. How old was Cord when he started crawling, Rockstar? Do you remember?
Ooh, around that time.
Yeah.
I think so. I don't know. We're struggling with walking now.
Yeah, but they said at dinner he's close.
Yeah, he's very, very close to walking, which is equally scary.
That's a game changer once they can walk. They get into everything.
He's got some legs on him, doesn't he?
He's thick, man. He's a thick boy.
Yeah, he'll outgrow that. Michael's worst is he missed A-Day because of a wedding.
I mean,
it is wedding.
I've said this. You never schedule a wedding on A-Day.
Yeah,
ever.
I mean, that randomly a wedding in April. We frown upon the fall weddings.
Yeah,
I'm
but you're
not going to
okay.
attend a fall wedding. Yeah, I'm okay with this.
You're okay with the wedding that interrupts an A-Day, interrupts the spring game. We're not gonna wring our hands over that one. More best and worst from the chat room. Landmine Believer, his best, Alabama landing on 3, number 6 ranked transfer Aaron Estrada and Latrell Wrightsell. His worst is Jermaine Burton. You know, Jermaine Burton, we'll get back to the transfer portal additions. And you were I heard you in a conversation when we were over in Tuscaloosa about Jermaine Burton. You were talking to some Alabama people there when we were over at the golf tournament the other day. And you were like, you know, it was puzzling. You said it was puzzling to you from the very beginning just because you watched him at Georgia and he didn't blow you away.
Yeah, I never thought he was going to be an elite receiver. And obviously Georgia didn't do much to keep him there, right?
I mean.
And I thought Burton last year was solid. To me, he's like, from what you've seen with Alabama receivers in the past, he would be like a third or fourth option possibly.
Right.
But he's not an elite guy.
Yeah, and it has been very disappointing for Alabama fans. Now, some of that I think, too, was, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Alabama had a really good run of receivers, so when you get a guy that was playing at Georgia, you felt like he was going to continue that type of run. I mean, so the expectations were pretty high for him coming in.
I mean, he was productive at Georgia. He just wasn't a guy that really jumped out. Yeah. And I guess the assumption was he goes from playing with a guy like Stetson Bennett to Bryce Young. He's playing with an elite quarterback that's going to make him that much better.
Yeah, but, I mean, you would agree with me. The expectations were pretty high.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, it was going to be, I think, tough for him to live up to those type of expectations to begin with. But he has, by and large, been a very big disappointment for Alabama fans. And even, as you see, in the spring game. Aaron Estrada, Lance, we talked about this guy from Hofstra. I have not seen him play. I'm not going to pretend like I'm some basketball geek that's sitting there watching Hofstra play. But this guy has put up some numbers at Hofstra and seems to be, with the style of play, a really good fit in Alabama's offense.
Yeah, no, the Aaron Estrada pickup is not a surprise.
Nope.
He should be part of the starting backcourt next year for Nate Oates. A little surprised with Wrightsell, though. Didn't know anything about Wrightsell. Heard this Estrada deal was going to go down. Wrightsell is a guy, though, that 16 points per game over in the Big West playing for Cal State Fullerton. I really don't know anything about him.
Made 38% of his threes last year when he was an all-conference player. So, I mean, I think that's what you're hoping, right, as he brings that type of three-point shooting to Alabama. So those are two transfer portal pickups as Alabama tries to rebuild their roster. Part of the best and worst of the weekend. Brody, his best of the weekend, the same thing, Bama basketball recruiting to, he puts it in all caps, major transfers. Bobby's best of the weekend, Auburn softball. They took the series from Alabama there in Tuscaloosa. What was the stat Dunaway gave? They had not played that series in Tuscaloosa since like 2016 or something like that. It was kind of weird.
Something crazy. I saw the end of it yesterday because it was on a TV at an establishment I was at.
Right.
And I saw that Auburn won 3-1. I didn't see a ranking by Alabama. Is Alabama not good this year?
I don't have the softball rankings in front of me. I'll be glad to pull that up. I haven't watched much softball.
Not
his worst of the weekend, Dodgers couldn't wait 4 more days to remember they're the Dodgers. Bobby's a Cubs fan, by the way.
I know. No, I get
you
that.
Didn't pick that up.
Dodgers have been disappointing, but, it's early.
Still plenty of time. We just talked about teams you're buying or selling.
I still think as good as San Diego could possibly be, I'll still take the Dodgers to win that division.
Yeah. Lunsford, can we get Lunsford's mic? Because his best surprises me. I did not know he was into this. His awesome record store day on Saturday in Atlanta. His worst is he got no sleep. Are you on the vinyl now, Lunsford?
I've been on the vinyl for a while. That's like the hip thing now.
Yeah, you don't announce it. You got to announce it if you're on the vinyl. It's like if you're doing Iron Tribe.
I was out front of the whole vinyl.
That's right.
What are you up to? 2 now?
Lance got that one album.
And I only bought 2. Yeah.
I mean, it's the kind of thing my parents always had growing up, and like record store day, I didn't realize how big it was. I mean, I've had stuff, but Tim and I went to Atlanta because the one record we had they didn't sell here in Birmingham, or they had one copy here in Birmingham, and it was gone right off the bat. So we drove to Atlanta, went to a concert over there, and got all the records. I didn't realize it's freaking crazy.
What was the record?
It's our favorite band, The Midnight. They did like a live album for the first time, and it's from their last concert series, which we were at multiple shows. So we tried to get it, and then Taylor Swift did a special print too that I got from my wife. But it was wild.
I saw you at the Vortex. Big fan.
Yeah. It's a record store right down the street. Criminal
I like
Records.
the Vortex too.
Vortex is good.
Hey, so how many albums do you think you have?
I'd probably say about 50.
Oh, wow. Well, it's got to lead the show. No, but nobody.
I've got to find my old vinyl because I've got so many things from a kid.
Yeah. You know, you didn't think about it, obviously, at the time, but my parents and brother had a lot of vinyl when I was growing up, and I don't know that any of it would have any value.
Oh, yeah, if it's in really good shape.
Yeah.
There's a huge market for it.
Yeah. I can remember, for whatever reason, my brother had a Bryan Adams, I don't know if it was the full album or the 45, but it had Summer of '69 on there. I can remember that.
You said waking up the neighbors with everything I do. I do it for you.
I can remember that vividly, that Summer of '69 was whichever release that was for Bryan Adams, but he had that album. And I can just remember as a kid album covers. Like I can remember seeing the album covers. You know, you'd slide it back in there and slide it out. I don't know how many they had, but they had some.
No, but I would get excited about what was going to be on the sleeve of the vinyl because sometimes it would have the lyrics.
Yeah.
Sometimes it would have like special tributes and pictures and things like that. I used to love going to Music Land back in the day.
Coconuts.
Yeah.
Turtles.
Turtles, Oz Records, Music Land.
Camelot.
Yeah. Do you do any of the vinyl, Rockstar?
I used
You're
to.
a big music guy.
I do. It does sound like it sounds so much better, but I never sit and listen to vinyl.
Boy, it does sound better.
It sounds better, but you're never like, I'm just going to put it on Spotify. I might as well.
It's so much easier.
But instead of like putting the record down and taking it out of the sleeve, we've become so lazy. But
no, we have. As much as grief as I give Lance, there is no doubt gas grill is so much easier and quicker than charcoal. Charcoal's the vinyl of the grilling world. You got to put a little effort into it to get it back to have a better product.
Yep.
You know, the gas grill at Spotify, Rockstar. Anybody can turn on a gas grill.
Ooh, even Lance can do that.
Even Lance can do that. All right, more best and worst of the weekend when we return. Odie's, though, bringing you this part of the show right now. You guys will be back out there Wednesday.
Yes, Odie's Tavern, a great place to sit back, enjoy this spring weather on the patio, ice-cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. Also, the great food from Rodney Davis, award-winning wings, delicious burgers, my personal favorite, the Diablo Sandwich. Every Wednesday night, we're there with trivia. That starts at 8 o'clock. Come join us. It's a Birmingham institution, Crestline Village, Odie's Tavern.
Scott, you worked at Sam Goody? I did not know that about Scott.
I did.
Scott, you've done a lot of things, man. You were an intern on the David Letterman Show.
Yes.
Worked up there for, 6 months?
Yeah, 6 months or so.
With David Letterman Show and at Sam Goody.
Yep.
Oh.
Had a few.
You've done everything.
Yeah. Which one's better, David Letterman or Sam Goody?
I'll go Letterman.
Is Sam a nice guy?
Sam Goody. Where was the Sam Goody location you worked at?
It was in the Galleria.
In the Galleria.
Yes, I don't remember us having a Sam Goody. I thought Sam Goody was like West Coast.
So I think it was Music Land became Sam
it was
Goody.
probably a buyout, corporate merger.
Okay.
Yeah. Scott was he was an OG Music Land guy. Yeah. Sam Goody bought him out. And he was
affiliated with Suncoast, for movies.
Suncoast was legit.
Yeah. Suncoast was, but I would go in there and pay $40 for a DVD.
Jeez.
I know.
Smuff says Magic Platter was legit.
Rockstar, if you can guess the first DVD I ever bought.
The first one that was ever pressed was Twister, so I got to say
lunch
Twister.
For you. It's not Twister.
No, knowing you as well as I do, I would say Goodfellas.
Or Jaws.
It was Midnight Run.
I would not have guessed
Charles
Midnight
Grodin?
Run.
Yeah. And Robert De Niro.
Yeah.
Such a good movie.
I don't remember the first DVD. I had Mallrats on VHS.
We'll do more of your best and worst of the weekend when we return on The Next Round.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeo.usa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information,
Brombergs.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. If you just had to wager a guess, Dunaway up or down weight-wise on this trip. Now, I don't think he's going to have a scale with him, so he may not know.
He'll be down because he's going to be doing some hiking.
I mean, that should help,
no,
right?
but then you could overindulge because you're like, well, I'm canceling myself out. We walked 6 miles yesterday. I can have all this food.
Yeah, one time I was in New Orleans. It was for I think it was Alabama LSU, and that's how long it has been. And obviously, I didn't weigh the whole time I was down there. Lance didn't have a scale with me, and I'd weighed before I left, and I ate like a freaking pig on that trip. But if you remember how bad traffic was for that game,
oh, it was awful.
We didn't drive anywhere. We walked everywhere, and I got back home, and I'd lost like 3 pounds. And I was like, man, I wish I could eat like that all the time and lose weight. But I'd have to walk to work every day because essentially that's what we did in New Orleans.
Yeah, and that's the thing about New Orleans, that you walk so much.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the reasons that Europeans they don't struggle with the obesity as much as Americans, because they walk all the time.
Well, Dunaway likes to keep us updated on his weight. In fact, Lil T said that's the thing she's going to miss the most about Dunaway when he was on vacation this week, is not getting the daily update. So Rockstar right now, I'm going to say because of the hiking, Dunaway is at 189.346 this morning.
89? No, there's no way.
Oh, wasn't he 191 when he left?
Yeah.
Oh, was he really? I thought it was 95.
No, I think he's 189.364 today. 189.364.
No, I think you hear about it. You would hear about it.
And that is down a lot of weight. I don't know the exact number.
I think tomorrow morning will be the 189. I think today's like 192. They had a wine tasting yesterday.
Okay, so he's 191.763 today. All right. That is down a significant amount, though, since Alabama was knocked out of the NCAA tournament there in Louisville. And Dunaway has done it with our friends at Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness is it's basically a system to lose weight that is tailored towards you. It's not just like some cookie cutter deal. They tailor it towards you. You could get started and get a much better description than I've just given you. aplanforme.com. aplanforme.com. Leslie and her team do a fantastic job there at Way to Wellness. Start your weight loss journey today. Don't wait one more day to do it. Start it today. aplanforme.com. That is aplanforme.com. We continue the best and worst of the weekend. I'll go ahead and give you my best, and Scott's got some photos to go with it. My wife, about a month ago, or two months ago, said, you always tell people, I hear you say, hey, if you live in the state of Alabama, you got to go to Talladega at least once for a race. And I have. I've told a lot of people that. I'm like, you don't even have to like NASCAR. Just go. It is a spectacle like you've never seen. And she was like, I would like to go. So yesterday, Jennifer Brown went with me for her first trip to Talladega Super Speedway. Lance, she had a blast.
So she'll go back.
Yeah, she said she'll go back. She's not going to be, she made it clear, I'm not going to be an every year girl, but I would like to go back. It was that much fun. Gorgeous day, by the way. You want to talk about perfect weather for Talladega. Perfect weather yesterday. So we got to hang out at the track. Thanks to Russell Branham and his staff there at Talladega for setting us up, taking good care of us. Brian Crichton, the Talladega president, they just do a tremendous job. Great sponsor of the show. And they run such an incredible deal. She met Michael Waltrip. There she is with Michael Waltrip.
Oh, Rocky, you got to love that.
Jealous.
Rocky.
Did he hit on her?
Incredibly nice guy.
Oh, of course he is.
Incredibly nice guy. And then she also had her photo made with guys, and then Michael Waltrip actually photobombed the photo. She was trying to get her photo made with the guys in the American, with the mullets and the American flag overalls there. Michael Waltrip photobombed it.
Does Waltrip in that picture have a little Greg from Pell City in him?
He got a little Lyle Lovett in him.
Yeah, he does. A little Lyle Lovett.
I see Greg from Pell City, too.
Yeah, he's got Lyle Lovett hair for sure. Right
now, who are the dudes with the overalls?
I don't know. They were just random guys, super nice guys. My wife saw them, and she's like, oh, I got to have my picture made. That is like vintage Talladega. So she's about to have her picture made, and then Michael Waltrip walks by and says, I'm going to jump in this. He said it right. Yeah. He said it.
Nope.
And so he jumped right in there with the dudes and my wife. Yeah. Nice guys. I think they were from the Ocala-Gainesville area, if I'm not mistaken, Lance, in talking with them. They'd had a few to drink.
Yeah, I can
see that. I know you guys, I'm all about this, but I am not going shirtless under the overalls.
That's it. Now, he wore the mullet.
I got to draw the line somewhere.
Wasn't it Dunaway that wore overalls? I think he did.
I think he said he owned a pair, but they were not Liberties. Okay, so in the chat room, Michael says the black hat guy looks like a fat Joe Rogan. Maybe a little bit. He had nipple piercings. I did notice that.
Oh, yes, you can't miss that.
Well, I mean, when he's wearing...
he's also got a sunset on his tattoo on his bicep.
Yeah, he does. So anyway, they were nice guys. And Michael
So
Waltrip,
Florida Gator fans.
You know, I didn't ask, but they are from that area, so chances are, yeah. You're saying that as if you're not surprised Florida Gator fans are in denim overalls that are American flag with mullets and...
With palm trees on their biceps.
Tattooed on their biceps, yeah. Maybe so. And nipple piercings. You saying that's vintage Florida fan?
And all three necklaces.
They do have a lot of necklaces there, yeah. My takeaway, though, from all that is Michael Waltrip, an incredibly nice guy, Rockstar.
I'm not going to because I get so...
no, he is.
He is.
I'm
He's
just telling
supposed
you.
to be a super nice guy.
Incredibly nice guy. Really was. I mean, we actually talked to him for a minute after the photo. He was just hanging out and, walking around, taking pictures with people. Just a nice guy. It is I will say this again, as you see my wife there again. I'm trying to see the Greg from Pill City. I don't see a lot of Greg from Pill City there.
Not in that picture necessarily.
Yeah, it was in the other one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe not. I do see Lyle Lovett in the hair. Michael's hair is getting it's getting to that point where he wears it kind of high and unkempt, if that makes any sense.
Did he go see Dr. B?
I don't really know. I don't know if he's ever struggled with it or not, but he likes that high, unkempt look is what he likes. So yeah, but nice guy, incredibly nice guy, Rockstar. Michael Waltrip is.
5 times. Okay, I get it. He's a nice guy. Whew. Dang.
I'm not saying I feel bad that we've had fun.
I was about to say, is that your nudge and your hint to Rockstar not to?
No, I'm
make
just saying
fun of
I don't know that we've had fun at his expense all that often, but maybe in talking to him, I felt a little bad about it. Yeah,
that's why I felt bad too, because that's why I stopped doing it. Plus, people were saying like twittering him that some dudes insinuating some stuff about you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, but there you go. Yeah, he is a nice guy, Patrick. I definitely have said that. I have no words to the weekend, Lance, not with the weather we had and going to Talladega Sunday. But again, thank you to the crew out there at Talladega. They do a tremendous job. And I'll stand by what I said. If you lived in Alabama and you don't go there, I think you're missing out. I don't even know until yesterday who's won a race all year long.
Yeah, look,
I could not tell you who's won a single race.
I'm not a NASCAR guy, but I've probably been to 10 races at Talladega.
And you've had fun every time, right?
Every time.
Not a single. Yeah. And my wife, that was the first time she had been, she could not believe it. And she said, I had tried to build it up to her. I was like, Jennifer, it is a people watcher's paradise. You're not going to believe it. And when she left, she was like, you even undersold it to me. Like, it's better than I imagined, the people watching. And she was blown away at the sound of the cars and how close they race and how close you are to the action and all that. So, again, if you live in Alabama, I suggest you do it. You got a best or worst?
Worst of the weekend, Creed 3.
The movie?
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
You seen it, Lunsford? Yeah, they've done such a good job with this. It was just so forced, so unbelievable.
It's the same formula every time, and it's fine. The formula's fine. it's just getting to where it's be the same old, and now that Jonathan Majors has fallen off the planet, it's probably even worse.
Well,
Stallone had nothing to do with this one?
Huh?
No.
Yeah, this is the first one that he backed off
Stallone
of.
was out, but Michael B. Jordan actually directed it, and I thought, like, the fight scenes were too much. It was almost like John Wick, the way they speed them up.
When like the final fight turns into like a dream sequence almost. Yeah, it gets to be a little too stylized.
Yep.
And the story is basically the same as all the rest of them.
Yep. So I am done. I was very hesitant to actually watch it, but the boys wanted to watch it. So it was one of those straight from the theater. You got to pay $20, but a lot cheaper than going to the theater. So threw it on, and I thought that was my worst of the weekend. Best of the weekend, this chicken biscuit I had yesterday for brunch. I mean, it was so freaking good.
Yeah. What made it good? Can you describe it to me?
Well, first of all, the biscuit was like completely perfect. Like you'll go somewhere and you'll get a biscuit, whether it's bacon, egg, and cheese or a chicken biscuit. If the biscuit's not good, it ruins the entire thing.
I agree.
This biscuit was it was perfect. Homemade biscuit. It had the the B&B pickles on it. It had aioli on it, and then it was just the right meat to bun ratio or meat to biscuit ratio. It was just perfect.
Yeah.
It was one of the best chicken biscuits I've ever had.
How do you describe a perfect biscuit? Like, I like mine basically to the point it's falling apart. And that makes it tricky, like when you're eating a chicken biscuit. But that's the way, that's the way I like it cooked.
This was, so the biscuit was, I don't want to say it was hard, but it was one of those that did fall apart.
Right.
It was a little crispy.
Yep.
But it was a delicious sandwich.
Well, congratulations on a great chicken biscuit.
And the weather was incredible.
The weather was incredible. What makes the chicken biscuit better?
Good biscuit eating weather.
It is good chicken biscuit eating weather. I agree. All right, so people are asking, some people are guests new to the show. They're asking the history of the Michael Waltrip. I keep hammering that. And people are saying, wasn't he a bad guest on the show? I don't know that Michael's actually ever been on the show. So
we've had Daryl a couple times.
Yeah, we've had Daryl several times, and he's always been really good.
Was
he?
I thought,
he was always a super nice guy. But I did an impression.
We did an impression back in the Dr. Lou days, and it probably went a little too far. A lot of people thought it was funny.
Yeah.
And Michael may have thought it was funny if he had heard it. I don't know.
But from what I have heard, this is just me talking, what I have heard, he is a nice guy.
Very nice guy. Because Blake says, wasn't he a bad guest like Chris Kattan bad? No. Nobody has ever been Chris Kattan bad. No. I don't even remember Michael being on the show. Had he been that bad, I would remember him being on the show. So, no, it is not that. It was all about the Dr. Lou thing, and I may or may not have felt bad about it after actually meeting him in person and seeing that Rockstar, he's a nice guy.
Is he really, though?
Yes,
okay, good.
More best and worst of the weekend later in the show, about an hour away from Clint Lamb talking more Alabama A-Day. We'll also hear what Nick Saban had to say about it. Lance, you mentioned Dr. B. Michael Waltrip may or may not have seen him. You certainly did, though.
I did, Brown, and I continue to get treatment because, look, once you start thinning, not much you can do about it unless you go see my friend Dr. Beckenstein. That was the name everybody mentioned. Again, my hair already 14% thicker. T3hair.net for more information. Dr. B offers Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. T3hair.net. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. You've got nothing to lose to reach out to Dr. B. See if it's right for you. 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the next round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, another hour of the Next Round cranking up. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown. Dunaway continuing his vacation. Rockstar, Scott Forrester, John Lunsford, Tyler the intern, all there in the back room. Their podcast with Kelsey, one of our great coworkers here at Double Down Media, is out now. You can get the back room podcast. I think you guys have gone through every employee now. Am I right? Rockstar?
Yeah, I think so. We have 5 episodes. Yeah.
Yep.
We've
So
been through
what's
everybody.
next?
Well, have y'all had walls on?
We need to have walls on.
Yeah, you do. I
walls
can
on.
tell some stories.
Yeah, walls would be great.
Yeah. Well,
and
so
instead of that, Dasani, he'd have a cold beer in front of him.
You got to, yeah.
what do y'all do after you run through all the employees? We got plans for that?
We have him back over again. It's like Johnny Carson. Like, I haven't seen you on.
Do you guys
what
bring
are you
us
up
in
to?
at all?
Yeah, if y'all want to come on.
I'm happy.
I didn't
to
know
come on.
Kelsey was on.
Yep.
That's exciting.
Yeah, the most recent one.
Go back
I watched,
and watch that.
watched
I haven't
some
seen
of it.
I haven't seen the little T one yet.
Watched some of it over the weekend. I've watched Little T's. I've watched Lunsford, Scott, and Rockstar by themselves. It's a very good podcast on our video platforms there, the back room. Always enjoy that one. We go to another hour. We'll get more of your best and worst coming up and talk some more about spring games. Rockstar, can you give me cut number 5? So the LSU spring game was over the weekend, and I think almost everybody, though I was asked the question last night on The Zone, and I'm curious what your answer would be on 3340. If you had to set the top 3 in the SEC West, how would you go? Because I think everybody goes Bama, LSU, 1 or 2. And I wonder who you would say at 3. I'll tell you who I said. Think about it. Brian Kelly, after the spring game down in Baton Rouge, asked about Jaden Daniels' hype. I mean, think about how far this has come. Last year, he was a grad transfer that Brian Kelly was new on the job, didn't even know if he'd win the job. Now we're talking about Jaden Daniels' hype. It's come a long way in 1 year for Brian Kelly.
There's a lot of time from April to September, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of hype surrounding going into next season. Is that warranted? Is this going to be a major improvement from year 1 to year 2 with Jaden at quarterback?
You know, we think he is committed to being the best quarterback in the country. We've seen that in his work ethic. I think he was on the verge of moving in that direction throughout last season. His play kind of dictated that until he got injured. And I think he's picked up where he left off last year, physically getting bigger and stronger, leading our offense, leading our entire team. He's been a leader. So I don't think there's any reason why not to think he would be, the next version of that. And that means not only, one of many good quarterbacks in the SEC, but one of the best quarterbacks in the country.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think that we're going into this season trying to potentially tamp down some Jaden Daniels hype. I mean, that's a long way in 365 days. We're coming out of last spring. I think, if I remember, we thought he would probably win the job, but we weren't expecting a year from now be talking about Jaden Daniels hype.
Yeah, again, because his freshman year at Arizona State under Herm Edwards, he was really good. He was as advertised, but then he really fell off the next couple of years with consistency or inconsistencies in his production. But last year he got better and better and more confident. And I believe coming in right now, he is the best quarterback in the SEC.
So I was asked that question on the Zone last night by Jeff Spiegel. Rank the SEC West top 3 for you right now. I still win Alabama 1. The reason Spiegel was asking this, and we've seen all the spring games now, and to say Alabama looks a little bit unsettled might not be the right word, but questions haven't been answered at quarterback just yet. You've got that question answered. I still win Alabama at home, number 1 in the West, LSU number 2.
See, I would go LSU 1, Alabama 2.
And I think most everybody's going to have it in one of those two orders.
3 is tough.
It is very tough.
Last year your third best team was Mississippi State.
That's right.
Mississippi State is changing offenses.
Yeah, it's hard for me to put them third this year.
A lot of experience in quarterback. Still don't know what Zach Arnett's going to be as a head coach. Ole Miss, I think Jackson Dart is that quarterback, but the way they
finished poorly last year. There's no getting around that.
And a lot of that, Lane Kiffin takes the blame, as he should. It was the flirtation with the Auburn job that seemed like the concentration, not only from Kiffin, but that entire team was different in the final month of the season.
That's where I went, by the way. I went Ole Miss. Just the way Jackson Dart performed this spring to put some clear distance, it appears, between he and Spencer Sanders or Walker Howard, whoever he's putting the distance, it appeared to be Sanders. But to put that distance and to not turn the ball over basically once all off season, all spring, is a heck of an improvement for him. So I put them third in the West.
Arkansas's got KJ Jefferson back.
They do. But that's a team that took a little bit of a step backwards last year.
Did. They dropped to 7-6, which, Sam Pittman 7-6 at Arkansas.
Had he done that year 1,
be great.
It'd be great. And then year 2, had he done what he did year 1, everybody would be talking about maybe Arkansas contending with Bama and LSU.
Yeah, but
he did them in the reverse order.
Losing 2 top linebackers, losing both coordinators. Can't put them there. I'd like to say Auburn is going to be the dark horse. And
you like them around 7 and 8 wins, somewhere around there. But I don't. I mean, that could be third
put them in the
West.
mix. Yeah. Still very interested to see if Robbie Ashford is that guy and how good he can be under Hugh Freeze. Texas A&M is probably where I'm going to go, just based on talent. I think Connor Wegman is going to be good at quarterback. I think he's going to be the best answer they've had since Kellen Mond. Problem with A&M, though, the only thing that scares me is they were 5-7 last year. They were 0-4 on the road. And you look at the road games this year, they got to go to Miami. They've got Ole Miss. They've got Tennessee, and they've got LSU. I mean, there's a chance they're going to be underdogs, and probably not against Miami, but the other games.
That's why I went Ole Miss. So where are you going?
I'm going to go A&M.
A&M?
Yeah. I don't feel great about it.
I didn't feel great about Ole Miss. I wouldn't feel great about any of the answers.
If I could ask you, do you feel better about who wins the West or who comes in third?
Well, I feel like who wins the West, I've got a 50-50 shot.
Yep.
And who comes in third, it's really the rest of the division. I could get it right. I got a chance of getting it right with the rest of the division.
Yeah, but you've really got a 20% chance with the rest.
I know. So I would take my shot at the 50-50.
Yeah,
and Alabama playing at home might make that a little more than 50-50 because, again.
I mean, they're going to be a substantial favorite at home.
Yeah, and that's going to require them to lose twice in the conference. And if they beat LSU, 2 conference losses are going to be tough to find for Alabama this year. So I think, and that's assuming LSU goes undefeated even outside that loss.
Yeah,
which is a big
let
assumption.
me even look. I mean, if you were really trying to find 2 Alabama losses,
And one of them
obviously-
can't be LSU.
Yeah, you could go at A&M.
Yeah, it's a losable game. I mean, you got to play at Auburn at the end of the year. The Iron Bowl is wild in Jordan-Hare. Normally a blowout at Bryant-Denny. Normally an insane game at Jordan-Hare. So you never know. You're going to give Hugh Freeze a year to get everything kind of, smoothed out. That's a place where Alabama's lost games they shouldn't have lost by point spread numbers. Alabama shouldn't have lost some of the games they've lost there.
I can't find another loss at home, though, or a home loss. I mean, I say that. Arkansas and Tennessee are both at home. Ole Miss is at home.
Yeah.
If you're going out of conference.
I mean,
Texas might end up being their, outside of LSU, their most difficult home game.
That's right, but not yet a conference loss, so that doesn't help LSU. So that's the whole point there. So you got basically a 50-50 shot in that situation. I want to get to Nick's best and worst in just a moment. Lance, real quick, Simpio. It's the first call we made when we started business here at Double Down Media, and we would tell you it's the first call you should make too.
Yeah, it's one of the fastest growing companies in the Southeast. And Simpio, they're going to take care of all the BS in every single office. They take care of the 4 pillars. That's compliance, HR, payroll, benefits, things we knew nothing about. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employer benefits at prices only large organizations get on average. Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, Simpio has a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or Simpio.com.
All right, this happens sometimes. I don't know what the answer is here. I'm interested to certainly get Rockstar's take on this. Nick's best and worst of the weekend. His best of the weekend, taking his daughter to see Morgan Wallen. He was in Oxford, Mississippi for 2 shows over the weekend.
I know what the worst is going to be.
Having him cancel the show at 9 o'clock because he, quote-unquote, lost his voice. Scott is showing you, if you're watching us on video, the announcement they showed on the big screen there at Vaught Hemingway Stadium. It was after the opening acts. They do an over-the-speaker announcement and show this, that Morgan Wallen has lost his voice and he is unable to perform. They said all tickets will be reimbursed at your point of purchase. Wherever you bought your tickets, you'll get your money back, which I don't know. How does that work if I buy from a secondary? Like if I buy that from a secondary site, do I get...
Sounds like somebody else's headache.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So if I didn't buy it from the original seller.
Yeah, I mean, guys like our friends at ATIX, they will
make it right.
They make it right.
But if I'm dealing with a big national, a StubHub or somebody like that,
you probably have an issue. The thing here, first of all, Morgan Wallen has carried a lot of controversy.
There is a lot around him, yes.
And he is probably the biggest star in country music right now.
Among them, if not the biggest, I would agree.
And for him to allow his fans to sit there and the opening acts were finished when they make this announcement is unacceptable. He's got to know at that point. My speculation is he got piss hammered and couldn't go on stage.
All right, so there is
and there's a lot of that lends to the legacy of Morgan Wallen. There's some people that like that. There were plenty of people, from Hank Williams Jr. to George Jones that couldn't actually get up on stage sometimes.
Yeah, I never knew this. My dad told me they used to call George Jones No Show Jones because he missed so many shows.
Yeah.
That was an issue with George Jones, yet that guy is beloved by country music fans. There's a video that has gone viral on TikTok, Rockstar, that I happened to see this morning.
TikTok.
Of a security guard standing outside Vaught Hemingway Stadium saying he saw with his own 2 eyes a stumbling drunk Morgan Wallen being loaded into an ambulance. Now, I'd have to say it's dangerous to believe those things on face value because a lot of times people say they saw it with their own 2 eyes when they've just been told.
Okay.
Or it wasn't Morgan Wallen, and why would he be getting in an ambulance?
Why would he be getting in an ambulance?
Yeah, so I think I would discount most of those things, but those things are out there. You said it yourself right away.
I believe. I mean, if you put me on the spot and you're like, hey, you got to bet money what happened here. Did he lose his voice? Well, maybe he lost his voice the night before. Because you guys have heard me after a bender how bad I sound the next day. I mean, it's one of the things that happens is you lose your voice.
And he did a Saturday night show, which I've not heard anything that indicated that his voice was going bad during that show.
No, and Oxford is a fun town, so he could have been on all night. My whole thing is why not make the announcement early on
Yeah,
Sunday?
how do you think that should go, Rockstar?
see,
Because
now
you had
that
some opening acts.
I didn't know it's the inebriation thing, so I was going on face value that y'all said he canceled it. Should he have canceled earlier with no voice? There's sometimes they get better treatment, so they probably give him a steroid. Like if it was true that he lost his voice, if they gave him a steroid shot or something like that, sometimes like, hey, don't talk for 24 hours and like literally don't talk until if your show's at 8, talk at 6 o'clock to see if you can sing, and try your best. And then, but it's the same thing. I would rather that. Would you rather be hearing him a horse Morgan Wallen? It's like saying Kirk Hammett broke his hand before, but the show's going to go on. He's going to try.
I would be fine with that. But back to Brown, did you say it was one of your friends that took his daughter, or was it just?
It was Nick, best and worst of the weekend. Yeah, I'm
so
sure a lot of audience
your
members
kid
were there.
and loading up and coming from Atlanta, Birmingham, Nashville, wherever, and you see a couple of the early acts. And maybe you don't even know anything about him, and then you get hit with the Morgan Wallen thing. I would rather be told in advance that he's not playing and make the decision whether or not I'm still going to come.
But would you have rather have seen at least 2 acts, get something out of it? You're going to get a refund regardless. So you're going to get
Well, because Luke Combs did this earlier this year. If Morgan Wallen's not the biggest act in country music, Luke Combs may be it. I mean, he's massive right now. And Luke Combs came out as the show started and it's like, I just got to be blunt with you guys. I have lost my voice. You're all getting a refund, but I'm going to do the concert anyway. And I respect the heck out of that.
Yeah, look.
He's like, I just want to tell you up front, it ain't going to be what it normally is. I lost my voice between last night and tonight.
But you can tell at that point he's not pissed hammered.
That's right. And he says, I'm going to do the show. You're getting a refund, but we're going to do the show anyway.
One of the best things is YouTube. I can't pull it because of YouTube, but Foo Fighters did a concert in Brazil or somewhere in South America, and Dave Grohl had lost his voice. Like it's pretty much shot. And they're trying to do times like these. And he tries to get the crowd to sing because he cannot sing. And then all of a sudden, Taylor Hawkins pulls his drum mic over and starts singing. Doesn't know the words. He just starts mumbling, just trying to save Dave. And, like, Dave starts laughing. It's one of the coolest moments. There's moments like that where bands like Dave Grohl is one of those guys, like, he fell off the stage and broke his leg. He came back an hour later to finish the show. He's one of those guys, like, people paid to see me. They're going to see me. I'm going to try my best to do it. Sometimes it doesn't sound good. It makes a good story. But I don't think Morgan Wallen has that in him.
Yeah, and
sorry.
Unfortunately, for Morgan, I think he's probably earned the reputation that makes you say what you said. So, I mean, people are going to assume that it's more than just a lost voice.
Oh, yeah.
And Lance, you with your losing your voice, that's the thing that scares me to death about Taylor Swift. If she loses her voice with all the money that's been spent for production and all these people that are making trips for their kids' birthdays to see Taylor Swift, and like what the pressure she's under to deliver that night. If she's sick, like what's it going to take to cancel that show or postpone that show? That pressure's insane to me.
Yeah, it really would be.
Because it's all on her.
I mean, you're absolutely right.
That's why I was watching I watched The Dirt over the weekend, the Motley Crue.
Right.
And I was going back and forth with our friend Ashley Smith, who didn't make the movie. She did make the book, though, and it's the memoir from Nikki Sixx on the band and just how wild it is. And I was thinking in my 20s, I would have loved to have been part of that, but I would have been one of the most unreliable. I would have been Dave Mustaine in Metallica. I would have been fired before.
You get that bus ticket back to New York?
Yeah. Boy, it would have been fun, though.
There was a viral thing a friend told me about. I don't know if it's true or not, but Mick Mars, guitarist from Motley Crue, when you're in a band, you have your monitor mix in your ears. So, like, if we're playing, like, if you're doing a live show, like, Lance is too loud, turn him down. Turn Brown up a little bit more. So, in Mick Mars' mix, you have a click, a track that's just
yeah, keeps him on beat,
keep
right?
you on time and everything. But all you can hear on his track, this one has the monitors, is just his guitar and the click. That is it. So you hear the ambiance of the Vince Neil singing, like you hear like, oh yeah.
So that's all he can hear.
All he wants.
That's what he wants.
That's what he wants. I want the click and the guitar. I don't want to hear these songs.
So
I've heard them
bizarre.
for 30 years. So
Yeah.
I'll do my part. I don't want to hear anything else.
You know how old Mick is now?
He looks good. He looks like a dying Alice Cooper.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't
Not Alice
realize
Cooper.
that movie came out a couple of years ago. And when
Right.
I saw Mick in Nashville this past summer, when Def Leppard opened for Motley Crue, he looked like he was in really bad shape, unable to move around, and he's got some kind of back condition.
Yeah.
He's had it forever. He's 72 years old though, and he's not able to tour with them anymore. And I think he might be filing suit against them.
Yeah, because I think they've signed so many contracts, like we're done touring and everything. I think they're going to continue touring, and he's not going to get his part for
His
the touring.
manager is saying Mick Mars is a victim of elder abuse.
No, that's I don't like that. That's unfortunate. By the way, the people.
That's not a good look for a rock star, is it?
It is not. No, it's probably going to hurt your ticket sales. The people that were at the concert did at least get to see Hardy, Ernest, and Bailey Zimmerman. Ernest has got one song I know, and it is an awful song. I cannot stand that song, but I do like Hardy and Bailey Zimmerman, so who I thought was a female the last time we were doing Talladega commercials, and discovered it was a male. And really like his music, as it turns out.
By the way,
so that's a good concert.
You went to Talladega?
I did not see Cole Swindell. That was Saturday night. I only went Sunday.
Oh, okay, I was going to say, how did Cole do?
I did not see Cole Swindell, but I'm sure it was great, Rockstar. I bet he did his concert, unlike Morgan Wallen.
Well, didn't pull a Wallen.
Do you call this a no-show? Is this called a no-show? I've seen it described as a no-show today. Like they did an announcement right before the show. I guess that's a no-show, right?
That's a no-show.
I mean, is that how you would qualify that, Rockstar, as a performer yourself? Like if you did this to Diplomat, like if somebody, if I'm sitting down with my Senator No Sprouts and Joseph walks out and says, everybody Rockstar has lost his voice, he'll not be performing. That's a no-show, right?
Yeah, it's a no-show.
Yeah. Well, boy, you get
Sorry
labeled.
to disappoint you guys, but
no, but you get labeled with that. You get labeled with that though. That's bad.
Oh, there's that many people that bought tickets that travel to come see you, and
that's the whole thing. I may get my tickets back, but if I paid hotel rooms and food and travel,
today was the day I got. I can't. You rescheduled to May 30th. I can't do that now.
No,
that's bad for me.
Yeah, they're at least going to refund the tickets. I do like what Luke Combs did. If you're going to do it, do what Luke Combs did. He just came out and said, "Hey, this show's on me. I'm going to do it. It's not going to be great, but you're getting your money back. So here we go."
Hey, can I bring this up just because the Mick Morris thing, something else popped up when I was looking at this, that Reese Witherspoon is denying dating Tom Brady. Have you heard this?
I love the clickbait on you.
I know.
It's from Fox News.
Somebody did not get decapitated, so it's not a full circle.
It is from Fox News, but I have not heard this. So apparently Reese Witherspoon's getting a divorce. She said she's not dating, but people are saying that
Tom Brady busted up the marriage,
and Reese Witherspoon that they have been seen together. I would think that would jump out.
But you're saying it's absurd on that Tom Brady would be dating her, or that she's
not at all.
You're just saying the whole story's absurd.
I just think it's an interesting story. I think it would be an interesting couple.
That would be.
Yeah, I mean she's not Giselle, but she's cute.
Yeah, she had a good run.
Yeah.
Reese Witherspoon has. So she and Tom Brady not dating. That's.
Well, she says they're not dating.
Right.
But who knows?
Have we asked Tom yet?
Yeah. I'm not seeing any.
Yeah. No, Tom was asked about maybe being a Dolphins quarterback over the weekend and was non-committal on that. But he was not asked about dating Reese Witherspoon, to my knowledge.
Anything on Aaron Rodgers over the weekend?
I've not seen anything on Aaron Rodgers.
Coming quickly, guys.
You know what? Aaron Rodgers
still don't have a quarterback.
I will guarantee here's what Aaron Rodgers is going to do. He is going to make this announcement Thursday night.
Oh, during the draft?
Where he'll take the draft hostage.
Yeah.
Where it won't be about these players that have worked their asses off. The Bryce Youngs, the C.J. Strouds, our man Will Levis, Will Anderson. It won't be about these guys.
It'll be about Aaron?
Be about Aaron Rodgers.
Boy, that would be a finger to the league, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
On their biggest night outside, that's the biggest NFL night outside of actual football.
Yeah. Would you be surprised?
Not with Aaron Rodgers, no. That would not surprise me.
Actually, that timing actually makes sense now.
Yeah.
That he's been sitting on this.
Yeah.
They release it about 6 o'clock, so going into draft coverage.
Right before the draft,
That's
right?
all they're talking about.
Yeah. No, you've sold me on this. I fully expect that to happen now. I'd not even thought about it, but I fully expect that to happen now. That would be very Aaron Rodgers, and then to act like I don't know why the news broke.
Yeah.
I didn't tell anybody.
Only people at that point that are excited are Jets fans.
Jets fans. Yep.
Yeah, they don't even care who they draft that night.
They don't. No. I had not even thought about that, Lance, but you're probably going to be right about this. That's probably how he's going to drop that. That would be very Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
And then to act like I don't know. I don't know how it got it.
I think he's a selfish guy.
Yeah.
One of the most talented quarterbacks of all time. But, this will be typical Aaron Rodgers if it goes down.
Daniel's right. Best Jets draft in years if that happens. He's right. That would be a great start to the Jets draft. All right. Hey, real quick, as we go to break, and we'll get more of your best and worst of the weekend a little bit later on. I was talking to someone at the golf course over the weekend. Rockstar, I did not see Cole Swindell, but I did make it to the golf course Saturday.
Good. How was it?
Fantastic.
Did they ask where Jim was?
They did not ask where Jim was.
Is he okay? We haven't seen him in 2 days.
They did not ask where Jim was. They did ask me, though, about my man. There's Dunaway. About my man, Brad Bell, that redid my master bath. So my wife and I have been talking about getting our master bath redone for quite a while now because it was a little bit dated. I mean, right, if you're watching on video, Scott's showing you some photos, a little bit dated. And we just wanted a more updated bathroom that was more to our liking. That's the one we bought when we bought the house. And we've been putting it off. Jennifer Brown finally said, I am not putting it off any longer. If you want me to go to Talladega Superspeedway with you, we're going to redo our bathroom. So we redid our bathroom. She scoured the internet. She found my guy, Brad Bell, A-plus Tile Home Remodeling. That's where you find Brad. And I'm about to give you his cell number, and you just call him right up anywhere from Huntsville to Mobile, Tuscaloosa to Anniston, all across Alabama. He can help you. 205-422-1758. That's 205-422-1758. It is A-plus Tile Home Remodeling. One thing he says is, hey, don't buy into these one-day deals. They come in, you get baited into thinking in one day I'm going to pay less for it, get the same quality work. He says oftentimes you get lesser quality and the bids are double his sometimes. So you pay more for lesser quality. Why would you do that? Don't. Call my man Brad Bell. A-plus Tile Home Remodeling. If you missed this number, reach out to me. I'll be glad to share it with you. 205-422-1758. That's 205-422-1758.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey, for all of your IT and printing needs, reach out to our friends at Xerox Business Solutions. Look, I'm still one of those old school guys. I print my notes every single day for the show. If you watch the show here on the Next Round, you see all the notes in front of me. From day one, Xerox Business Solutions, they've been with us here at the Next Round. Local for over 45 years. For all of your IT and printing needs, visit XeroxBusinessSolutions.com or call 205-969-3000. That's 205-969-3000.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on the Next Round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, DryTech is ready to help. Call DryTech first, not the insurance company. DryTech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the DryTech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, DryTech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call DryTech immediately. 205-637-0143. We're going to hear some of what Nick Saban had to say here in just one second. Talking a lot about what we brought up when we discussed Alabama's 8A game. Just basically the storylines that came out of it. Nick Saban was asked those questions. So the media watching the game had some of the same reactions that you guys had to Alabama's 8A game. We'll discuss that in just a moment after Lance tells us about Woodhouse Day Spas.
Look, if you're looking to give somebody the gift of luxury, you need to do it from our friends at Birmingham's best day spa. It's the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers, right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at BirminghamWoodhouseSpas.com. Gift card, simple solution. You can buy them 24/7. Or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa right there at the Summit Shopping Centers. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. Again, birmingham.woodhousespas.com.
Nick Saban over the weekend made what might turn out to be an alpha move. After we get his reaction to all the questions about A-Day, I'll bring up what he did, and I'll ask you, could this potentially be one of the great alpha moves by Nick Saban in recruiting? We'll discuss that in 1 second. But first, here's what Nick Saban. Now, obviously, when quarterbacks maybe are in question now, maybe they don't play as well in the spring game as you want them to. In the transfer portal era, that's going to be an immediate question. Nick Saban, of course, he hasn't even taken off the coat and tie from the spring game before he's being asked about the transfer portal. Here's Alabama's coach.
A fair number of teams are trying to plug in quarterbacks who transferred in the spring and fall. How much advantage is there? What are the benefits to having guys who have been in the program for a while, even if they haven't played a ton?
Well, I think the people that have been in the program obviously, have an advantage to some degree because they know the system. They've had a lot of reps in the system. But I also think, everybody needs to ask themselves, whatever position you play, are you playing winning football at that position, and can you play winning football at that position? And I think that's a better answer to the question, who could do that the best? And those are evaluations that we have to make at coaches at every position. And, we've tried to build this program here with the guys that we recruit and the people in the program, but we have had a few guys that have come in and made, real impacts on the team. And if we see an opportunity to do that, we're always looking for a way to make our team better.
Yeah, we talked about Jermaine Burton earlier, not positively. Fans are not real pleased with him. If you look at Alabama's, Jamison Williams was a win out of the transfer portal. I'd say Henry To'oTo'o was a win out of the. He played a lot of
Gibbs
important
was a
football.
win.
Yeah, Jameer Gibbs was a win.
Eli Ricks was a loss.
Eli Ricks, you just didn't get a whole lot out of him. Tyler Harrell, you didn't get a whole lot out of him. Burton, I think fans. So Alabama's been
Tyler Steen.
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably got what you wanted out of him.
Enough out
of him. So, I mean, like any school is going to be hit or miss in the transfer portal, and that's the thing. Even though you've got good film on these guys, it's never going to be 100%. I mean, to me, it
should be closer to 100%.
Than recruiting, closer than recruiting, because I've seen them in actual live games most of the time.
Yeah, like Jermaine Burton.
You had a lot of film on him.
Well, I think what you've gotten from Burton is what I thought you would get from Burton.
Yeah, but I don't think it's what fans thought you would get from Burton is the problem. So the quarterbacks are the reason Nick Saban's being asked about the transfer portal. Here is his evaluation of how the quarterbacks played in the spring game.
I think the big thing we're working on with the quarterbacks is fundamentally what they have to do to be able to process what is the defense doing. All right, get a pre-read of what is they playing. They play in cover 2, they play in cover 7, they play in 3 deep zone, so that you have a plan in your mind. This is where I'm reading, this is where I'm going, and this is the progression that I want to go through. And trust in that and believe in that, and not start drifting around in a pocket, before you give up on what your read might be. Because I think we have pretty good skill guys. I think we have guys that can make plays. And as a quarterback, it's not only just the plays that you can make. And I like both guys' athleticism to be able to extend plays and get out of trouble and make plays with their feet, which they did a couple times today. But at the same time, I think we've got to work on going through progressions and develop confidence in the passing game, so that we can distribute the ball to other people who can make plays more effectively and more efficiently.
I do think one interesting thing in there, and I don't want to read too much into it, is he said both guys. Because a lot of people come out of this thinking maybe Dylan Lonergan could make an impact. And I'm not saying by Nick Saban, I didn't hear the question, so he might have specifically been asked about Simpson and Milroe. But by saying both guys, it does make it sound like that is, in his mind, a two-man battle right now.
Yeah, I mean, just because maybe, Dylan jumps out in this one scrimmage or actually plays as well or better than some of these other guys, I still find it far-fetched. Now, we saw Tua as a true freshman.
Yeah.
Come in one of the most amazing moments and
that's right,
biggest moments in college football history.
Yeah.
but I still think it will be one of these guys, or there will be a transfer coming in.
Yeah. So I don't want to read too much into that, but I did think it was interesting that he did say both guys there. All right, so I told you a couple of weeks ago that Nick Saban, it was coming out, I think you were off this day. I think it was when you were just had your tonsils out. It was coming out of one of the scrimmages. He talked about Justice Haynes in a way I've rarely heard him talk about players, much less freshmen. Use the phrase, if you're just a guy sitting on a log, you'd never know this kid as a freshman. He didn't just blow up the spring game, but he was very productive. So here again, Nick Saban on Justice Haynes, the freshman running back at Alabama.
Justice Haynes had a pretty good game today. How has he developed this spring, and how impactful do you think he could be for you this upcoming fall?
Justice is a really good player. He had a great spring. He's got great maturity about him. You wouldn't know he was a freshman if you didn't know better. The guy's, nothing's too big for him in terms of learning, going out and execute it. He's not intimidated by anything. And, the guy's got toughness. He can run behind his pads. He's got good speed. He's a good receiver. He can make you miss. So, I think he's got a really bright future, and I think he will contribute to the team this year.
Alabama's leading rusher right there, Justice Haynes. I'm going to stand by it. He's Alabama's leading rusher. You don't hear Nick Saban talk about guys like that very often.
I hate to, and I saw where Jordan Rogers, who was actually the color analyst on the
he
8-day
did the game on SEC Network
he
Plus.
said when he was talking to Nick Saban about Justice Haynes, he was smiling. So you can tell Saban does like him. So I am going to do a 180.
You're going to jump on board with me here?
I'm going to jump off Jamarian Jam Miller.
Right.
And I'm going to take Haynes here.
Yeah. We're going to go Justice Haynes. I mean, surely, is Lunsford back there? Surely we got a T-shirt idea that it can involve the word justice if this kid blows up, right?
I mean,
do we need Dunaway back for this?
I mean, he has all the good ideas, right?
He really does. No, he does. I mean, surely we could come up with a T-shirt rockstar.
Justice for all.
Justice for all. If Justice Haynes plays well.
Just us. JUSTUS. Just us.
Us. Do it. No, we good. Let's keep workshopping this, guys. Let's keep workshopping this. Speaking of Dunaway, and then I'll ask Lance. Justice is served, according to Charles. There, justice served.
It's Justice League.
Justice League. All right.
It's Batman for you, Brown.
Michael says no justice, no TDs. That could be a bad T-shirt. FD Justice Department of One. That's pretty good. I like that. All right. Before I ask LT if Nick Saban was playing alpha male over the weekend, Montevallo is where the Fighting Dunaways got educated. Montevallo.edu to schedule your either 3D immersive tour or just go there and take a tour for yourself there at Montevallo. One of the best values you'll find anywhere and a great educational experience. Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. So over the weekend, Lance, one of the things they do at Alabama A-Day every year is around Denny Chimes, the captains from the year
permanent
before,
captains.
the permanent captains come in and put in their hand, foot, and footprint. Now, I don't think Bryce Young was able to make it, but the rest of them were there.
Bryce Young was a no-show.
He was a no-show.
And it was
he
just
and Morgan
Will
Wallen.
Anderson and Jordan Battle.
Yeah, Will Anderson and Jordan Battle. And I'm sure, I was kidding about him being Morgan Wallen. I'm sure Bryce Young had an excellent reason he couldn't make it. Nick Saban, it is odd, always drives himself to this event in his Mercedes, right? Saban just pulls up right on the curb, gets out of the Mercedes on his way to the stadium. I don't know how else he would arrive there, but I've always just found it funny video that everybody's standing there waiting on this to start. Nick Saban pulls up in his Mercedes, parks on the curb right next to Denny Chimes, gets out and walks up to the ceremony.
Good way for you or I to get our car booted, but I don't think they're going to.
No, I don't think they're going to boot Nick Saban's Mercedes. They got somebody standing there, make sure they don't get booted. But I don't know if in years past he's had people ride with him, but apparently a young man from Chilton County High School in Clinton, Alabama, was in the passenger seat this week. DeMarcus Riddick is his name. He was riding with Nick Saban. Now, you would have to guess if DeMarcus Riddick is riding with Nick Saban, DeMarcus is probably pretty good at doing what?
Playing football.
Playing football. In fact, Lance, he is a 24/7 5-star, if I'm not mistaken. The top 25 player in the country, one of the top linebackers in the country, and one of the top players in the state of Alabama.
Chilton County.
Chilton County High School. He is also currently committed to the Georgia Bulldogs.
Yep.
Now, can you ride in the passenger seat of Nick Saban Mercedes to the ceremony at Denny Chimes and not flip your commitment? I mean, is that an alpha move? Like, if this guy flips his commitment, that's an alpha move by Nick Saban.
I mean, look, this is what Nick Saban's planning on. He takes one guy every year, and this is the guy he chose to go to the permanent captain ceremony with him.
I mean, it's pretty wild.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, if you had to guess right now, DeMarcus Riddick, Georgia Bulldog, or is he playing for Alabama?
I mean, he committed
last year,
November 4th of 2022.
Yeah, so it's
been a minute. Georgia Bulldogs, they list him as a hard commit as I'm looking here on 24/7 Sports. Hard commit. I think he's the second highest rated player in their class, only behind Ellis Robinson, who was a cornerback from IMG. A 5-star top 25 player in the country. If you had to bet on this one, where would you bet him going?
Georgia.
You'd still think he stays at Georgia?
I think he stays at Georgia.
Boy, that is a big move for Nick Saban. I mean, if I'm Nick Saban, I would like to think I feel pretty good about getting this kid if I'm going to let him jump in my car and ride with me. Because everybody's going to see that.
If I'm DeMarcus Riddick, the way to handle this is, look, I'll flip right now if you give me the keys to your car and your pink slip. You think Saban would do it?
Yeah, of course he would. Yeah.
I mean, I think he would in a heartbeat. And by the way, it's legal now, isn't it?
But that would be like the most ballsy thing. Well, behind the scenes, there's no telling what some of these kids are doing now with NIL. But if he was to do that, what kind of story would that be for DeMarcus Riddick?
I mean, what if Saban had another car waiting, Rockstar?
No, that's the thing. Hey, look, I'm taking you're staying here. I'm heading out.
Well, I mean,
you catch a ride, you catch an Uber.
At the end of the ceremony, Nick Saban just turns around to him and says, "Hey, DeMarcus," flips him his keys, and DeMarcus drives off in that brand new Mercedes.
Drive to Georgia in that.
Yeah, he drives it straight to Athens.
I mean, Saban can get another Benz, right?
Now, Lunsford
he's got access.
Oh, yeah. I'd say get all he wants. Now, Lunsford's telling me he did not have an Alabama offer when he committed to Georgia. So, Lunsford, this guy is in the state of Alabama and is a 5-star. Why would he not have an Alabama offer at that time?
Well, he had offers, but he got the Alabama offer officially January 27th. I don't know. I know camp-wise, you have to go to certain camps and get those offers. I don't know what all he's done because Chilton County is not a very good football team, so I hadn't really followed him. But he committed to Georgia in November, I believe, and so he didn't have the offer until a few months ago.
All right. Well, there you go.
So with that said, Lunsford, do you think he flips?
Very possible. He's also visited Auburn 3 times, I think, since then. So Auburn and Alabama both are sitting out there with offers, and he's taking an interest.
Well, I bet Kirby loves his wandering eye.
I mean, look, he was in Alabama for 8 days. He was in Tuscaloosa for 8-day weekend. You don't go there if you're not at least, he didn't just stumble in, right? He's in Chilton County. It wasn't like he was visiting relatives and he's like, oh, what's going on campus today? He was there for a reason. He didn't just stumble in. And Nick Saban Nick Saban does very little spur of the moment. He probably didn't spur of the moment say, you know who ought to ride with me over to the ceremony is DeMarcus.
I'm telling you, man, DeMarcus in Saban's car would be a statement.
Like if he's just driving it around Chilton County today?
Yeah, and then he shows up on campus next year. Coach had to get a new car because of me, the greatest coach in college football history.
That's right. Guess who got the keys, man? I got the keys. We'll see. You're right. Clanton is closer to Alabaster, Scott. Scott is correct on that.
Yeah, why would he? If Chilton County's that bad, why would he not play for Thompson, Hoover, one of these schools in Birmingham?
It could happen.
It could happen. By the way, as I'm reminded via text, don't forget, Eric Dickerson literally took Texas A&M's Trans Am and played at SMU. So this has happened before.
Yeah, different.
It was a different world, but still.
That was a flex, but this would be next level.
Yeah, that's right. It was not, I can't remember who the A&M coach was at that point, but it was not his Trans Am that he took.
Was it R.C. Slocum?
I don't think Slocum was there in the early 80s. I can't even remember who the coach was then. Jackie Sherrill, maybe?
Maybe.
Could have been. Imagine him losing a recruiting battle when a car was involved. Jackie Sherrill lost it if it were him. So keep an eye on that recruiting battle. That could be a massive, massive alpha male moment there by Nick Saban. We'll ask Clint Lamb's opinion of that coming up, in fact, in about 15 minutes. He'll also talk with us about the Alabama spring game. As we go to break, Lance, gutter cap. Been capping those gutters for quite a long time around here.
Yeah, 823-2212. My good buddy C. Stu. Look, the last thing you want to do after a week of hard work is get a dangerous ladder out, get on the roof. Imagine the scenario. You slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. No good to the wife or kid. Make the phone call to my good friend Chris Stewart. Been in business for over 20 years here in Birmingham. It's lifetime warranty. 823-2212, guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it, don't snap it. Call my friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
With your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all over the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
We don't do a T-shirt for everything. Michael says, though, it could be the Chronicles of Riddick, his recruiting process. I never saw that movie.
I didn't either.
I don't think it was that good. But
Was it not? Was that Jamie Foxx?
Vin
No,
Diesel.
Vin
Diesel.
Jamie Foxx.
Well, I can't
That was
remember.
a Dunaway comment right there.
Oh, I hear Lunsford laughing. I can't remember Chronicles of Riddick. I was trying. What am I confusing that
You know,
with?
Vin Diesel, I guess he just sold out because he did so well with the Fast and Furious franchise. Because Vin Diesel had a future as an actor. Because, you know, Spielberg cast him in Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
And Spielberg's got an eye for talent before it actually hits.
He was really good in Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah, I mean,
I liked his
he
part.
cast Vince Vaughn early on in Jurassic Park 3.
Vin Diesel could be a really good actor. I know people see Fast and Furious and Riddick, and that's pretty much all he's done and grown. But if you watch him in Saving Private Ryan, and he actually made his way doing a short film of him basically trying to become an actor. It's like a fictionalized version of himself because he basically can't play any color because he's not white, he's not black, he's not really Hispanic. He kind of is in the middle of everything. Kind of how The Rock is viewed, really.
Yeah. But I think that's unique, and I think that's what you want.
But for a lot of times, you're looking. I want a white male in his 30s. I want a black male in his 50s. And he can't really get cast as anything, so he kind of carved his own niche out. But Spielberg saw that, cast him in Saving Private Ryan. He did good in that. But he's making so much stinking money because he produces the Fast and the Furious films, and every single one of those just makes absolute bank.
Yeah, that's like Adam Sandler. He tried in Punch Drunk Love and again in Hidden Gems to be a serious actor, but he would rather discount his money, which I don't necessarily hate these guys for it.
Yeah. People were asking earlier in the chat, is Creed becoming Fast and Furious? Like, are they
it's on that path now.
Yeah, that's what people were asking. Well, they've only made 3, though. How many Fast and Furious have there been launched for 9?
10.
There have been 10. This will be the 11th. The 10th one will be the 11th because there's a spinoff with The Rock and Jason Statham.
Hobbs and Shaw.
Technically, there's been, 8 Rocky movies because this is basically
this is a
spinoff.
Same
thing.
Outside of Rocky 5, I think Rocky 5 actually is better than Creed 3. I think this is
Tommy
the
Gunn.
worst that I've seen of all of them.
I wouldn't go that far, but I mean, as good as Creed 1 and 2 were, this one.
Now, who was the dude he fought in 3?
Jonathan Majors. So Jonathan Majors is the main bad guy in the new Marvel. Like Thanos was the bad guy in the original Marvel saga. Well, now there's this new one going, and Jonathan Majors' character is going to be the main bad guy. And they had just built him up to where you finally know he's the main bad guy, and then he gets arrested for beating up his girlfriend, and now a bunch of other victims are coming out, and so it's basically.
I'll be honest, watching him in Creed, that's the one thing I could tell. That guy. You could look in his eyes, and it wasn't an acting thing.
But the thing is, he played such a nice guy at first. The roles he played, like in Lovecraft Country, he was strong, but was nice. And The Last Black Man in San Francisco, which is what first got him going, super nice and humble and shy and everything. Now you see, and he's playing bad guys and everything too. But it's not working well for him in real life.
He looks like a bad dude, though.
Apparently, he is.
Yeah.
All right, we'll get to Clint Lamb to talk some Alabama 8A, and we'll ask him about transfer portal and things like that as we return. This is interesting. Diana Rossini just sent this out. I did not know they did this. But apparently the NFL, in preparation for the draft, does a dry run-through with a script, and they use real players, but they don't use like a mock draft. Like they didn't say Bryce Young, number 1. So this has leaked out, and they've got, if you're Jake Andrews, you love this. The guard from Troy, he was the number 1 overall pick to Chicago. If you're Jake Andrews, you're like, can I get a copy of this just so I know I'm not going to be the number 1 pick. So the NFL is doing their dry run-through, and somehow the script has leaked out. Your number 1 pick, Jake Andrews, guard, Chicago. Could you imagine taking a guard as the number 1 overall pick?
That would
guard
be
from Troy
that
University.
would be a cool piece of paper to have.
Yeah, it would be cool to have. I was just looking at that from Diana Rossini, but it is a dress rehearsal. The league has not scripted the draft, though I will say you can convince me if Jake Andrews goes number 1 overall that the NFL is completely scripted at that point.
I saw what happened 20 years today in the draft. Do you remember the moment?
20 years ago today. So what year does that put me at?
That'd be 2003.
2003, 20 years ago today. Was that when the Vikings missed their pick?
Wow, Brown. Yes, it was.
How about that? I don't know what made me remember that was 2003. So the Vikings completely whiffed on a pick, and that was the first time ever, and the Ravens have since done it again, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. I just remember the Vikings, but I think they missed because they missed 2 teams selected in front of them, but they still got the guy they wanted.
Right, yeah, or so they say. They got the guy they wanted, yeah. Yeah, I remember how weird that was, that they just ran out of time. I'd never seen it happen before. They ran out of time, so they essentially passed. Yeah, wow, that's been 20 years, huh?
Yep.
Wow. It was a weird moment. I don't know what made me remember that was 2003, but I did remember that was 2003.
Yeah, Kevin Williams ended up being their guy.
Yeah. What kind of career did he have?
He had a good career.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, especially early on. First 2 seasons, double-digit sacks both years.
The draft is Thursday night. We will be at Twin Peaks. We're going to be there from 5 to 7. We'll do a specialty show around 5.
Yeah, looking forward to that. So last time we were at Twin Peaks actually was in the Buckhead location. But the cold beer is always in the 30s,
Yep.
low 30s.
Yep, we'll be at the Hoover, Alabama location for the draft. Bryce Young's still the odds-on favorite to be the overall number one.
He's going to be number one. Number two is where it gets tricky now.
I mean, is there – because I heard – again, now I've not seen this. I don't know if you've looked.
I've seen 4 different guys go two.
I've heard the numbers have dropped even more for Will Levis now.
Yeah.
To be the number 2 overall.
Yep. So I've seen Levis there. I heard this morning Anthony Richardson.
All right.
Will Anderson's still a possibility.
But C.J. Stroud?
And C.J. Stroud.
Well, what's going on with Stroud, though?
I don't know.
Like, I saw that over the weekend, Brady Quinn reported that he apparently stiffed the Manning family, and it got a lot of blowback. That there were people that came to Stroud's defense like he did not stiff the Manning family. He told them in advance, yada, yada, yada. And then there were a lot of people like, even if he stiffed the Manning family at Manning camp, who cares?
Yeah, if he's going to be an elite quarterback.
I'm literally paying him tens of millions to be a quarterback.
But I heard our buddy Dan Orlovsky this morning say at number 2, it's got to be Anthony Richardson. That Anthony Richardson's got the most upside. He's going to be the next Josh Allen. Now, with that said, I didn't think Josh Allen was really going to pan out.
Yeah.
The limited times I saw him at Wyoming.
And he's an MVP level player now.
Yeah. So we'll see with Anthony Richardson.
Man, I mean, I'm going to have to see it to believe it, Lance. It's just I've never, I didn't watch every Florida game, but boy, every time it felt like Anthony Richardson was in a big game, I did not see him perform.
Outside of Utah.
Outside of Utah. When
But
he was really good.
That was just in the fourth quarter.
He made that big run in the fourth quarter, right? And
big run in the fourth quarter, the 2-point conversion, showed off the athleticism.
Yeah.
But overall, I just didn't think he was consistent enough. But again, this is what these guys get paid the big money for.
They do. We'll see if so the intrigue really is at number 2. I think everybody's accepted Bryce Young is going to be Alabama's first. And Harry Gilmer was drafted number 1, but in the modern era, in the modern draft era, when both the AFC and the NFC finally made the NFL, Alabama's never had this, and they'll finally check that box coming up Thursday night, it appears.
Right.
And the big story starts at number 2 then.
The big story starts at number 2 because there's so many different things that can actually happen at number 2. And, to me, I would have thought last year at this time Will Anderson would be that guy.
Yeah.
But I've even heard, the Texans at 2, they could possibly go a different direction, and they could take the kid out of Texas Tech.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
A guy that you didn't even mention.
Yeah. But I have heard that.
Well, apparently, and I saw this earlier, Chris said.
That's Tyree Wilson.
Yeah, Chris said that Stroud scored low on the S2 test. The S2 scores did leak out. Bryce Young did very well. That's the cognitive test, where they just throw a bunch of stuff at you to see how you react. Basically, they don't literally throw things at you. I mean, like, it's a test like, oh, you missed the brick.
Anvil, oh my God.
Yeah, you missed the brick. I mean, if that's the one you would have called, it been better. But you get presented with a lot of scenarios, and it's how you respond to show, how you kind of process things. And I don't think would surprise anyone that Bryce Young scored very highly on that. That's not going to surprise you at all. Apparently, Stroud's score was a little bit lower.
Well, what about Levis and Richardson?
Yeah, I'd have to go find them. I saw them. I'll see if I can find them after we talked to Clint Lamb. But I saw them published last week. They had kind of leaked out a little bit. I'll see if I can find them. But that is what a lot of people are saying has been the issue. So we'll see what happens Thursday night. We will be there at Twin Peaks in Hoover talking about it. All right, when we return, Clint Lamb is going to join us. We'll talk some Bama 8A with him. Will the Tide be active at the transfer portal? You can follow Clint on Twitter at Clint R. Lamb, part of Bama Insider and On3. He's with us next on the Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. While 2023 may no longer feel like the new year, there's no reason you can't create a new you thanks to New Balance shoes. Whether you're looking to be more active or just curious where the crossroads of style and function meet, we've got you covered at New Balance Birmingham. It's why everyone from supermodels and celebrities to regular folks like you and me can be found wearing New Balance shoes. Come find a shoe that'll help define the new you at the New Balance Birmingham store.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Pate designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
You could win a Ford Bronco or your share of $25,000 cash during the Birmingham Racecourse Casino's Bronco and Bucks giveaway. Come play the latest, most exciting games around. With fun bonuses and big jackpots, you could win a Ford Bronco or your share of $25,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 5th and 6th at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located on 5459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
With your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, cranking up another hour of The Next Round along with Lance Taylor. I'm Ryan Brown, Dunaway on vacation, Rockstar. John Lunsford, Scott Forrester, and Tyler the intern, all there in the back room. This hour, as always, presented by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, just off Highway 119 in Alabaster. They've got everything from those Mississippi Delta tamales to the great chicken, the great po' boys, the great sides, the great desserts. Great place for lunch. Champy's Chicken. You can see more at champy'schicken.com. champy'schicken.com. Clint Lamb covers Alabama for Bama Insider, part of On 3 Sports. You can follow Clint on Twitter at Clint R. Lamb. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Clint? How are you today? Clint, you are muted, unfortunately. Clint is...
I'm doing fantastic, guys. How you guys doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot.
Good mood lighting where you are right there. I like the blue.
Yeah, I like being in a cave. I don't like natural light while I'm trying to get work done. I've always worked better late at night, so I try to, even during the day, give it kind of a nighttime vibe, and I'm able to get a lot more work done. So I enjoy it.
Okay, whatever works.
Yeah, I like it. I'm kind of like you. On Saturdays watching football, it is dark and cold in my basement. That's the way I like it. Let's talk about Alabama's spring game. We'll start there, and everybody is going to start at quarterback. Your view on the quarterback race coming out of Alabama's spring game is what?
Oh man, it's a tough question because watching through initially, you thought the quarterbacks did pretty poorly, and then you go back and you watch again. And granted, I think everybody noticed all the drops. I mean, certainly the numbers on the surface would have looked a lot better if guys just would have caught the passes that were catchable. So then you go back through and you're like, actually, these quarterbacks didn't look as bad as I initially thought. But when you start listening to Nick Saban and kind of looking at where he wants the position to fit into not just the offense, but the team in general, you start to realize, okay, it wasn't a great performance by either quarterback. Like, I don't think it was terrible by any means, but when you're trying to teach these guys, we know that both Ty Simpson and Jalen Milroe a little bit more so, we know they have mobility and can extend plays and create with their legs. But what can they do from within the pocket? It's not just about them calling their own numbers. How do they utilize the guys that are around them? Because, Nick Saban has been a huge fan and he's been pretty vocal about that as far as the skill positions, as far as the offensive line. He thinks this offense has a chance to be really good, but you've got to get quality play out of the quarterback position. But it's not about being Superman. It's about taking what the defense gives you. It's about utilizing your weapons properly. And that's something that I think both these quarterbacks, still need to make strides in.
Yeah, Clint, we've heard for weeks, rumors about the potential Alabama and Saban looking for a quarterback out of the transfer portal. You've got till April 30th for that, so that's coming up. But if I ask you better chance, one of those two true freshman quarterbacks that we saw on Saturday or a transfer still coming in and being the starting quarterback for Alabama?
Which is more likely?
Yep.
I really liked what I saw out of Dylan Lonergan. I thought he did take what the defense gave him. He played within the offense. He, to me, represented exactly what Nick Saban wants out of that position this fall, more than any of the other quarterbacks. Now, granted, I'm not saying he was perfect. I'm not saying that he's going to be, heavily in that competition. Like, he is a true freshman. It was one scrimmage. I haven't been seeing what else has been going on behind the scenes, but for that one particular scrimmage, I thought that he looked the most like the quarterback that Nick Saban and Tommy Rees are both going to want for that offense. With that being said, I do think the transfer portal is a very real option right now. Now, granted, I don't think there's anybody out there in the portal that Alabama would want to go at. I don't think the available options are not game changers. And I don't really think you're going to add a game changer in the sense that you're going to add a guaranteed top 15, top 20 quarterback in college football. But I do think that Tommy Rees knows what he wants in his quarterback, and he didn't have to have the all-world player, just somebody that can operate the offense that he's kind of wanting to establish and run and can play off the defense. I think that's a lot more important to this coaching staff right now. And if that can be Jalen Milroe or Ty Simpson, I think that they also add a lot of other elements that could make them a lot more dynamic and can really help the offense. But I think primarily the goal is to just find somebody who can do the things that they need to do, get the football into the hands of the playmakers that they're going to have on offense and allow them to operate and kind of do what they do. And so which one is more likely? I do think that Alabama is going to try to find a quarterback to add out of the transfer portal, but it's got to be the right guy. That guy is not in the portal right now, so what do? I do think that Nick Saban and the way that he answered some of those questions on Saturday following the scrimmage, I think it was kind of him letting the world know, if you're a quarterback and you're considering entering, go ahead and do it because we're looking for somebody.
Clint Lamb is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline at Clint R. Lamb on Twitter, part of Bama Insider, which is part of On3 Sports. That's where you follow Clint on Twitter. He is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You don't often see Nick Saban talk about players in such glowing terms as he used for Justice Haynes. You really don't see it for true freshmen. He's done it twice now, basically saying the same thing both times, Clint, but both times – with you guys asking questions behind a microphone, he has talked about Justice Haynes in as glowing terms as he will ever talk about a player. That speaks volumes about what he's seen about Haynes already at Alabama.
Absolutely. Yeah, and I think that Nick Saban understands, like, you're not going to be able to keep this guy hidden. Like, as much as you want to, anybody that watches, and granted, his production, especially on the ground, it wasn't world-changing on Saturday. I think that was a lot more of a product of the offensive line, not necessarily getting the push that they needed to. He was working behind the second-team offensive line that consisted of a lot of true freshmen that are still trying to figure some things out. I think the defensive line depth is a little bit better than the offensive line depth right now. So when you start working into your second teams, I do think that the defensive line is going to have a pretty big advantage over the offensive line. But when you watch Justice Haynes, everything that you would look for out of the position he can do, right? I mean, he's adequate in pass protection. I haven't seen any issues on that front. I thought he had a couple of really good, blocks on Saturday, finding the right man, getting him blocked. And then, when you look at him as a runner, he brings the power element that Alabama's offense has been missing the last couple of years. Brian Robinson brought it in 2021, but I think that Brian was more of just a hammer. I think that Justice Haynes can be a little bit more dynamic than that. And I think, just the usage in the passing game. Like, for whatever reason, Haynes didn't get a ton of opportunities in high school to catch the football. When you started seeing him go through, the Under Armour All-American game and a lot of those, circuits, he really displayed the ability to do it. And that's continued ever since, back in December when he first arrived on campus. He's been a guy who can catch the football and run the football. And you got to see him do a little bit of both of those two things on Saturday. And it's been impressive.
So I saw that Caleb Downs wins the Leroy Jordan Headhunter Award. Everybody's been talking about Downs. Is he going to be the freshman defensive version of what you're talking about with Justice right now?
I definitely. I think he. I do think he's one of the best players on the team, if not the best player on the team.
Wow.
And granted, I think there's an argument for several guys. But when you look at what he can do for the defense, as far as just being a transformative defensive back, you can look to the Tennessee game last year and a lot of the issues that they had covering, or stopping Tennessee's offense. A presence like Caleb Downs would do a lot in alleviating those issues. He brings the physicality that DeMarco Hellams did as far as run stopping ability and, rolling up into the box and making plays and tackles, very reliable tackler. But just he doesn't have the deficiencies in coverage and the limitations in coverage that DeMarco Hellams did, or that you saw, out of Malachi Moore when he was having to play star. I think moving Malachi to star is really going to help him. It's going to solve a lot of problems. You bring in a guy like Earl Little Jr., who's probably going to start at that position. He's got a lot of perimeter cornerback experience, but he's also very scrappy. He can play that position effectively. And then you bring in a guy like Caleb Downs as your other safety, to where when they're kind of using, shifts and motions to try to create matchups, you've got a guy who you can rely on. So I just think what he's going to be able to provide the back half of Alabama's defense is something that they haven't had really in quite a while. And I'm excited to watch him, see what he can do.
Clint Lamb, for a few more moments, were you able, Clint, to notice a difference in the offensive line? That has been one of the other talking points coming out of people inside these scrimmages or spring practices, is that this line has a different edge to it this year under Eric Wolford. Were you able to see any of that in the spring game?
From a size perspective, you can definitely see it. I mean, it's worlds different than it was the last couple of years. They're trying to recruit different guys, and that's certainly noticeable. As far as the consistent push in the run game, I don't think either offensive line was able to do that very effectively. I also think that from a play calling perspective, they were very vanilla. I don't think Alabama wants to, announce themselves as back as the old Alabama in an A-Day game. I think that they kind of try to keep things under wrap as much as they possibly could. The place to make that statement would be Texas in week 2. You got MTSU in week 1, turn around and play Texas. Texas has got a really good offense. That's going to be a tough test for Alabama. And I think that that's where you're really going to see them try to physically dominate and kind of impose their will on their opponent. And we're going to, see if they're going to be able to do that. But just what I saw on Saturday in the A-Day game was nothing like I'd heard from very reliable sources all throughout the spring.
Yeah.
And I think that there's a reason for that.
Tell me what you've seen from James Smith, the freshman defensive lineman.
Impressive player. He's definitely going to be involved in that rotation. It's possible that he could end up starting. I do think that with Tim Smith and, Jaheim Otis and Justin DeBoy, they have a lot of guys who are going to quote unquote be the starters, but James Smith's certainly going to be in that rotation. I don't think he had the best 8A game. Like, there was nothing that he did that really stood out compared to some of the other freshmen, but you can clearly tell the talent. He's got the ability to rush the passer both from the edge if you need him to and on the interior. He can stop the run well, so he's a complete 3-down defensive lineman. You want as many of those on the field as you could possibly get. And I think with him, it's all about, how comfortable he is and does he understand his role and not do things that are going to get you beat. But the natural talent and ability is fantastic.
Outside of quarterback, the position battle over summer and into fall camp, that if you could watch it, that's the one you would pick to watch. You can give me one or two if you like, but the best position battles outside of quarterback.
Inside linebacker for me. I was extremely impressed with Justin Jefferson. One of the most impressive players on Saturday. Offense, defense, first team, second team, didn't matter. He can run, he can hit, he's extremely instinctive, he's a tone setter, and he just brings some elements to that room that I think have been missing the last couple of years from Alabama's inside linebackers. I think Jahad Campbell's a very talented, versatile player. Thought Tresman Marshall was very steady. Sean Murphy's a good player, but then you also got Deontay Lawson, who we expect to be one of the 2 starters there at inside linebacker. So what does that end up looking like? Do they think that Deontay Lawson can play Mike and handle the communication side of things, or would they rather leave him at will and let him just kind of do what he does? He's a very talented player in his own right, and put somebody else out there. Or do they want someone like Jahad Campbell or, Justin Jefferson kind of roaming around back there making big hits? I'll be curious to see how that competition plays out for sure.
Well, Clint will have it covered. I did want to ask you before you go, Clint. We were joking about it earlier, but DeMarcus Riddick rides 2 Denny Chimes with Nick Saban in his car. DeMarcus, though he's an state of Alabama kid, for those that don't know, is a Georgia commitment, one of the top 25, 30 players in America. Rather significant that Nick Saban could have picked a lot of people to ride shotgun there, picked him.
Yeah, absolutely. If you want to roll out the red carpet for somebody, stick him in the car and let him ride with Nick Saban. That's something that you don't see too often. So, yeah, he's a priority target, and you can clearly see it.
Yeah, I would say so. I would say it's kind of hard to say no once coach is giving you a ride, but we've seen crazier in recruiting. I don't think there's any doubt. All right, go follow Clint on Twitter at Clint R. Lamb, and go On3 and Bama Insider. He's part of both those. Clint, thank you very much for the time. Great talking with you as always.
Absolutely, guys. Appreciate you guys having me on.
All right, buddy. Take care. Clint with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. In just a second, I will give you those S2. Several people have sent us those S2 scores, including our own little T, Taylor Corn, and maybe you'll see why, if you go by that metric, which the NFL loves measurables, Clint, the C.J. Stroud might have fallen a little bit. But first, a reminder about LegacyCreditUnion.com. Hey, tomorrow, they're a big sponsor of UAB, obviously, the official credit union of UAB, sitting right there in that chair where Dunaway's mannequin is. At some point tomorrow, early in the show, actually, 9:25, will be brand new UAB football coach Trent Dilfer. Coach going to come in studio with us for a couple segments, so we'll talk with
That's exciting.
Coach Dilfer. He'll be right there in that chair. We'll have to move that.
Should I bring up that he
a gambling angle here. Go ahead.
It really was. So the Rams are down 28-0, a Sunday night game on ESPN to the Bucs in the old sombrero, and Trent Dilfer's quarterback, and the Rams came back and won 31-28.
I'd totally bring that up if I were you.
Second half, I played Rams and over.
Yeah, hammered the Rams and over.
Flawless second half.
Did you say that was a Sunday night game?
Yeah, it was.
In the sombrero. I used to kind of like the sombrero.
Yeah,
Weird stadium as it was.
Never went to it.
No, I didn't. I've been on the property, though. Apparently, I mean, they built the new one right next door.
Yeah.
So now you park where the sombrero was. So when we were for the media parking for Bama Clemson was in the old sombrero.
You know, it's funny.
I told Dunaway, we're parking on your old stadium, man.
I forgot where Trent Dilfer went to Tampa. He was a top 10 guy, but I think the Rams, either Dilfer went fourth or the Rams had the fourth pick that year, and I wanted Dilfer as a Rams fan. Oh, yeah. Out of Fresno, I thought Dilfer was a really good quarterback.
As I mentioned, the official credit union of UAB is Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. They got a couple of great things going on right now. The annual promotion is Swap and Drop, where you can swap to Legacy and drop your current loan and loan provider. You can use it for auto loans, other recreational vehicles. It is a great deal there. You can apply online, legacycreditunion.com, or come by one of the greater Birmingham area branches. There are 9 of those. Also, the lifestyle loans, unexpected medical expenses, updating your backyard, take a dream vacation. There is 0 collateral required. There are affordable low rates. Again, see more at legacycreditunion.com or stop by any one of the Legacy Community Federal Credit Unions, all 9 of them in the Metro Birmingham area. Legacy Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA. So Bob McGinn is the guy, and I don't know. Taylor sent me this. Let me see. I want to give Bob credit who he works for. Bob McGinn is the guy that did this, and he covers the NFL for GoLongTD.com. GoLongTD.com. So if we think that's a lot of people have reported this, so we're going with the fact that GoLongTD.com is a reputable outlet, and Bob McGinn works for them. Bryce Young, 98% on the S2 cognition test, all right? Jake Hayner, 96%. Will Levis, 93%. Again, this is a test that just determines how you process things. Pretty important for a quarterback. Jaron Hall, 93%. Clayton Tune out of Houston, 84%. Anthony Richardson, 79%. Precipitous drop-off to Hendon Hooker, 46%. Even more precipitous to C.J. Stroud, 18%.
Oh, my gosh.
Which would explain to you why now.
Did he nap through it?
I don't know. That was like the old, I can't remember the player was, the old joke, what did he get on his SAT? Slobber. But 18%. And the S2 test that these NFL teams apparently are living and dying by would explain to you why all of a sudden the odds are saying it may not be C.J. Stroud going second, and why the odds are so heavy on Bryce Young going first.
I'm trying to remember quarterbacks that struggled with testing. I know Jamarcus Russell was one of those
supposedly
guys.
Dan Marino had an awful Wonderlic. I mean, I don't know. I think it was supposedly in the single digits, Dan Marino was.
Yeah, I would like to see guys that have really struggled that have actually excelled, and then guys that have struggled that have been bust. Because Jamarcus Russell was one of those guys. I think Vince Young struggled, And, had a good rookie season, but after that, Vince wasn't that good.
I would I think Chris is right. I think Vince Young had a 9 on the Wonderlic, if I remember
Thought it was
right.
a 12.
Was it a 12? I swear I think Marino was supposedly in single digits on his. And this S2 is relatively new. The Wonderlic used to be the thing, but I think with quarterbacks now, they go heavy on this S2 because it's really determining how you process things, which is so big as an NFL quarterback. In fact, you heard Nick Saban talking about it with his quarterbacks. But man, 18%, that is scary if I'm an NFL team. If I put any stock in that test at all.
Yeah, if you put stock in the test, I don't think you can take him.
I don't think so either. I mean, it's just such an important factor for playing quarterback. It's how I look at a defense and react to what that defense shows me.
But then again, here's what I would say. I'd put on the film of the Georgia game, arguably his best game in his career, against an elite defense.
Yeah.
So he processed that game pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, and see, this is where you have to know who you can trust. Because if I go to Ryan Day and his staff and say, look, your guy made an 18% on the S2 test. Did you see any of this? And if they're like, look, man, this guy was so good. He made the right read 99% of the time. I mean, do you trust that? Or are they just trying to back their guy and get him drafted? That's where you just got to trust it.
That's what a lot of people are saying, that maybe at number 2, Houston just throwing out this smoke screen.
Yeah. See, and I wonder too, like if I'm Houston and I'm the Miko Ryans and his team, do I start going to opponents, defensive coordinators, and say, how easy was this guy to fool? Like, do you feel like he processed stuff at an 18% level, or was he a little bit better than that? And I wonder, again, that's all in who you trust. Did they give you an accurate answer? But for Bryce Young, 98%, to C.J. Stroud, 18%, that's a significant difference if you put any faith in this test at all. And based on the report slants and the Vegas odds, it appears like the Texans are putting some faith in this thing. Or, as you said, it's total smokescreen.
Yep. Yeah, we will see soon. We're 3 days away.
It is 3 days away. We'll find out. Thursday, Twin Peaks in Hoover. We'll be there with our friends at Bud Light. When we come back, it is trash time. LT will take us down that path we like to call trash. That is next on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, Dry Tech is ready to help. Call Dry Tech first, not the insurance company. Dry Tech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the Dry Tech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, Dry Tech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call Dry Tech immediately. 205-637-0143.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelSonLaserVision.com.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
I don't know what Vegas odds would be on this going down on the same day. But if the names Tucker Carlson and Don Lemon mean anything to you, Rockstar, do the names Tucker Carlson and Don Lemon mean anything to you?
Vastly different opinions.
They do have vastly different opinions. Tucker Carlson is a talk show host on Fox.
Very successful.
Very successful. Top rated show on cable television, if I'm not mistaken. Don Lemon, basically the same position at CNN. Both have basically been fired today. I mean, that is wild.
Yeah, how does that happen? I mean, that would be the
same day.
Yeah, that would be the equivalent of like back in the day, Tom Brokaw and
Peter
Jennings.
Jennings.
Peter Jennings, yeah.
Or Tom Brokaw.
Or Dan Jennings.
Dan Jennings
played for the Marlins, did he?
No, wasn't Dan Jennings the guy that did so well in Jeopardy?
Yes.
Maybe
Ken
so.
Jennings.
Ken Jennings.
Jennings.
Full circle. So those two both out today at Fox and at CNN. Don Lemon. The story had broken. I wasn't going to bring up that Tucker Carlson was out until Don Lemon's out too, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty weird. The same day.
Oh, it is, and it's also we were kind of talking, off air a minute ago. Our buddy Clay Travis, where will he be in the mix now with Fox? Because he was on Tucker's show all of the time.
Yeah.
I mean, is it a possibility that becomes his show?
I would say nothing is off the table right now.
What do you think Tucker made on that show?
I mean, highest rated show on cable television and
$15 million a year.
Yeah, I would say.
Do you think Tucker and Don will bring back Crossfire?
We can only hope.
Like
right?
they get back together. They
Tucker
team
was
up.
Originally one in Crossfire.
Yeah. Who was the co-host with them on that? Do you
I remember because it was a liberal and a conservative.
I remember
go back and forth.
Hannity and Combs kind of.
Yeah, I forgot about Hannity and Combs.
Yeah, you remember Hannity and Combs? Alan Combs. He passed away, and I think ended up getting cancer. You're about to ask where he was.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I believe he passed away, if I'm not mistaken. But Hannity went on and blew up after that.
Damn, Josh over in the Coke Zero chat room says $35 million.
Is what Tucker was making? I can believe that. I mean, think about how much the highest rated show on cable TV is worth.
He took O'Reilly's spot, didn't he? When he left.
Yeah. Ball Fan 205 says O'Reilly made like $40 million when he was on.
Yeah. I mean,
O'Reilly was awful.
But again, he was the highest rated guy. He just got Me Too, didn't he? I think that was his deal.
He did. He had a little text about a loofah.
Yeah. I was trying to find Tucker's salary here, but I mean, it is again, when you can be the highest rated show, $35 million is the report. Yes. Highest rated show on cable television, that thing can bill God only knows what, man. Especially when it's such a targeted audience, like an audience that would watch Fox News. I mean,
and you think about, we've got an election in roughly 18 months.
Yeah, and we don't have Tucker Carlson or Don Lemon to get through it. I do feel like I just tweeted this because Clay's like, man, Don Lemon's been fired. A wild day in the media. I feel like we're living a real life episode of Succession right now. It's like the
Did you watch last night?
I have not watched last night's yet. How about this though, Rockstar? Carlson, they had an agreed upon settlement to leave Fox News. Now this is on the heels of Fox apparently having to pay a wad of money
to Dominion.
To Dominion in a libel lawsuit. Don Lemon. So that was a negotiated settlement, though it's abundantly clear. Tucker Carlson apparently Friday was like, we'll see all y'all Monday. So he was not expecting to be out. Lemon tweets, I was informed this morning by my agent that I have been terminated by CNN. I am stunned. After 17 years at CNN, I would have thought that someone in management would have a decency to tell me directly. So he's going blowtorch at the end of this. At no time was I ever given any indication that I would not be able to continue to do the work I have loved at the network. It is clear that there are some larger issues at play. With that said, I want to thank my colleagues and the many teams I've worked with for an incredible run. They're the most talented journalists in the business. I wish them all the best.
You know, back to Succession. So Carl, Frank, and Jerry are working on their golden parachutes.
Yeah.
Out.
Yeah.
I mean, what kind of severance packages do you get if you're making $35 million?
Well, I mean, you get, there was a negotiated buyout with Tucker Carlson, so I'm sure he got a sweet deal. Don Lemon, I'm sure there was an agreement that I have to pay. As we've always said, one of the first things our agents taught us, right? One of the very first things they taught us, the value of your contract isn't what they have to pay you to show up every day. It's what they have to pay you not to show up every day. That's the true value of your contract. So a guy like Don Lemon, I'm sure there was a number in there that means he doesn't have to show up for work tonight. So that's the number I would assume he got if he got fired, unless there's something else there.
But, I mean, if you ever get fired, this is the way to get fired, right?
What, after 17 years and they're exercising a buyout?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, it sucks for coaches that get fired, but at the same time, what they get on that buyout.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I've always said if you can train your child to be anything, train them to grow up and be a fire college football
Now,
coach.
this is another thing that we never think about. When you hear one of these talents get fired, do they lose their producers, their personal assistants,
Well,
all these
it will
people?
affect a lot of people, yeah, because you'll bring in another big ego, and he's going to be like, I can't work with that producer, that assistant, and those people either get reassigned or they lose their job too. Because that's what I've always said too, Lance, about the coaches. Like, everybody starts saying, fire this coach, fire that coach. Well, that coach leaves with a massive buyout. You know who it affects? It affects a lot of down-the-rung people that are working, to make ends meet, and they've lost their job now because that coach gets fired. That's the unseen in all of that. And I get it. You sign up for that job knowing that could happen. So pretty wild day in the media world, in the news media world. But we're still here, and we're going to do Trash Rockstar. Will you please hit that big button?
So this morning I went to lift. I came back. I took a nap. I woke up from my nap. My balls and my nutsack were exploded.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help you get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, and reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations. Highway 280 in Birmingham or Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first in Lincoln, Nebraska. Man showed off his big win after he claimed a $10 prize on a Nebraska lottery scratch ticket.
Look out. So he won $10?
On April 7th, Tori Nielsen claimed a $10 Wild Cherry Crossword Doubler scratch ticket.
The whole Wild Cherry Crossword Doubler.
Look at this dude.
Looks like the dude from Trailer Park Boys.
I mean, can you technically go and to the lottery office and ask for a big check no matter what you win?
Nielsen asked if he could have a big check according to a post on the lottery's Facebook page. Lottery said, quote, "Oh, heck yeah, you can." Nielsen then was asked what he would do with his winnings. He said he's going to let it ride.
I mean, let it ride, man.
It's kind of a dumb story, isn't it?
It kind of is. The best part of the story is the fact that the guy went to the effort to go get the big check Rockstar and make that photo.
Just the picture is just what sold me on it.
Yeah, I mean, that is a lot of effort for a $10 check.
That houndstooth shirt.
Like our show.
He's got a little Jack Black in him. I mean, if you did Jack Black up with the axe handles and the Fu Manchu, right?
Like our show won $20 in the Georgia lottery, and we've not even claimed it. This guy went and got a check made for 10.
He's also got a little bit of your Yellow King, who we used to work with.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that a little bit.
Okay, Amazon has introduced a new feature to Prime Video called Dialogue Boost. It's intended to isolate dialogue and make it louder relative to other sounds and streaming videos on the surface.
Boy, you need this bad. Who's got this?
Amazon, but they're only doing it for select titles.
Have you used it yet?
I have not, but it's supposed to be so you can turn down mute. Sometimes if you do, there's something, I don't know if it's your TV or what, where the score of the
awful
is louder than the actual dialogue. Like, just even background music is much louder than the dialogue, so it just kills me. So I always have to do subtitles no matter what.
I'm telling you, man, it is streaming. I don't know what it is. I've heard a theory. People told me when I brought the theory up on the show, wasn't my theory, somebody else's theory, that I was crazy for bringing it up. But streaming audio is awful. And now I listen Like, audio matters to me. I can't stand it when it's bad. But it is awful on streaming. You've noticed it, haven't you?
Yeah. Not all content will be eligible for the dialogue boost feature, though. At least not yet. Amazon says it is, quote, initially launched on select Amazon originals worldwide, like The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel and The Big Sick.
Show.
Now, while this is partly an accessibility feature for people who are hard of hearing, Amazon is also responding to a widespread complaint among viewers. 2022 survey found that 50% of over 1,200 American viewers, quote, watch content with subtitles most of the time, citing muddled audio. I do watch a lot of stuff with subtitles.
You know, I don't like subtitles, but it did improve my enjoyment of Peaky Blinders when I was watching Peaky Blinders. I was missing so much, and I finally went to the subtitles.
Again, the subtitles, I was always against it until Taboo with Tom Hardy on FX. It was a good show, but you can't understand one damn word, so I just put on subtitles. And since then, this is probably since 2016, everything is subtitled.
You ought to watch Peaky Blinders. Tom Hardy with a British or Scottish, Irish accent.
Yeah. He was the one that inspired me, so thank you, Tom, for that.
So you never finished it, though, right?
I never finished it. Yeah, somebody asked me, there was a plot twist, and I don't know why I do this, but I am bad about doing this. I'm like, I'm not going to like that plot twist. I'm out. Like, I don't even give it a chance to see if I like it. I'm like, yeah, I don't even like that twist. I'm done.
The only time I did it was House of Cards when Kevin Spacey and his wife, Robin Wright Penn, ended up having a threesome with their security detail.
Right.
That was when I think this has gone a little too far.
Yeah,
Secret Service in your kitchen having a threesome with you and your wife.
You don't think him pissing on his father's grave on the first scene of season 2 is going to be a little over the top?
Yeah, I'm sure that's happened before.
He's president at the time. Okay.
Yeah. I'm trying. There was another one I watched with subtitles, Rockstar. I've watched some Bridgerton with subtitles because they can get really thick and fast talking in those accents too. The British accent gets me.
Did it have the little thing being
no,
pinned to a tree?
Every time, Rockstar.
Heavy breath.
Oh, no. Yeah, you will get a lot of heavy breath. Music playing.
Man relieving himself in India on the railroad tracks has died after a cow which came in the way of a train fell on him on Wednesday. Do we have video?
No, but just to imagine, if it's your day, it's your day. You're just peeing on the tracks, minding your business, and a cow walks in front of a train, and part of the cow, I think it's shot. I mean, this is full speed, and part of the cow hits you, and you're done.
Now, the incident occurred in the jurisdiction of the Aravali Vihar police station in Alwar. Now, the deceased has been identified as Shiv Sharma, a man who retired from a post of an electrician 23 years ago. Now, according to his relatives, cow came in the way of a train around 8:30 a.m. The impact of the collision was such that a portion of the cow's body fell 30 meters away over the man who was relieving himself on the tracks. He was killed instantly.
The man was killed too? Wow, that sucks.
That's what I'm saying. It's your time to go, man.
Yeah.
What are the odds?
Well, I mean, if the train was that close, there was a chance he was going to get hit by the train too, right?
He could have been on the other side, other tracks, going the other way. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying now, yeah.
Now, here are a fun and fascinating map that reveals the most used nicknames for breast around the world.
Okay, can I just stop real quick? If you really got to take a whiz, Rockstar, why the train tracks? Like, why did you stop and say, this seems like as good a place as any to go to?
And you can hear in the distance that something's coming.
Yeah, I mean, why did you just stop at the train tracks?
I don't know why you have to get on the track. Why can't you pee around the track?
I mean, you could pee 1,000 different places. How many spots did he pass on his way to the train tracks?
Again, it's probably his first time. One time.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
The maps were generated using Reddit posts in each country that reference slang for boobs and breast, along with the results of a survey of 2,000 Britons. A world map was then redrawn with country names supplemented by the slang word its residents use most for bosoms. Russia, boy, they go with boobs, don't they?
Dude, Russia is not at all creative.
The United States, we are Iraq. What is that part of South America that's milk storage?
That's Argentina. Either Argentina or Brazil.
That's Brazil. Brazil is milk storage. What about China?
China's a little white rabbit.
A little white rabbit?
Yeah.
Canada's a honkers.
I like that Australia's the headlights.
Who's just got tits?
That's got to be the state of
That's
Florida.
under-greased, right?
That's India.
Can you not zoom in on this?
Yeah, but it gets blurrier and blurrier.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So,
yeah, it does.
India is tits.
Yeah, we got a lot of breakouts today.
Breasts in this, I can't see that's Africa, but breast, that's very common.
Yeah.
Boobs.
Breast.
Somebody's dice.
Fried eggs.
Look at headlights for
I know,
Australia.
yeah. Sunny side up beignets there for Thailand. I mean, that is a lot to say.
The best is
Hey, somebody's got balcony. Where's that up in the Gibraltar Strait or?
I don't see. The best I saw was in Sweden. They're called steering wheels. I mean, what the hell?
You always drive 10 and 2, huh?
Bosnia, mounds of earth.
Mexico's pork rinds. I don't understand that. I don't understand
yikes.
Yeah, Germany's pugs.
Yeah.
Okay, finally, Twitter user Cam Harless imagines U.S. presidents as supervillains, and Rockstar's got pictures.
Oh, so this is like AI? If they were supervillains, they do it?
You remember the guy? I showed the guy who, with presidents had mullets.
Yeah, I like this.
He did it again, but this is the only one I could not recognize. So what president do you think that is?
Gene Wilder.
Franklin Pierce.
That is Bill Clinton.
No, it isn't.
Oh, that's a terrible Bill Clinton. So it was Bill Clinton as the Joker.
FDR.
FDR in his wheelchair of death. Oh, my gosh.
How big are his hands?
They are huge.
My favorite one. I don't know.
FDR's coming for you.
I don't want to show you. I don't know when it's coming, but Jimmy Carter. He's always the best one.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know if he's next or not.
Yeah. That's
Gerald Ford.
Gerald Ford is the guy with the funny voice on the Batman. Kane.
Bane. There's Jimmy Carter.
My gosh.
He's an old man that runs fast. It's like they make them all look normal, except Jimmy Carter. They always keep old on these.
There's no Joe Biden.
Joe Biden. What superhero villain
Swamp
is he?
Thing, I guess.
Swamp
I don't
Thing?
know.
It's pretty good.
That is John Adams.
Okay, I don't remember what he really looked like.
Yeah.
But boy, he's old as that.
Got some eyebrows.
Richard Nixon.
You got old Dick Nixon.
You know, you don't even really have to change that much, do you?
Nope.
As it turns out. Oh, yeah.
Reagan is the Planet of the Apes, obviously.
Yes, he is. It's pretty good.
That's it. Those are the highlights of the ones.
I love those. I also saw if every president had a mullet. Did you do that one? Or
Yes. That's my first one. That's the same guy that is. His name's Cam Harless.
All right. There's this thing on TikTok, Rockstar, that I've seen, and they use AI. And it's if celebrities were alive today, what they would look like. And it is fascinating sometimes to think, like, it's celebrities that died too early. If they were still alive today, what do they look like?
Well, I've done some of those. One, Tupac was overweight.
Yeah.
I've seen Elvis is
like
really
Elvis
bad.
looks like everybody's great grandfather. I mean, and I guess that's how old he would be now, though, right?
Died in 77 at what?
But he was in his 40s, wasn't he? Yeah. I mean,
no,
he's in his 80s.
Yeah, he'd be dead.
Well, I know, but he'd be alive in these. But I'm saying he looked like everybody's granddad. But it's fascinating to see what some of these celebrities, and then there's some like I don't even know who that is. Anyway, that is trash.
Hey, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way. Housing market has its ups and downs. Perfect home you've had your eye on may be harder to come by, but with Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. Plus, you'll know just how much home you can buy. Locally owned and operated, Mortgage Right is standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can call 205-815-9200 or mortgageright.com/TNR.
Speaking of TikTok, I saw a headline today. I did not click on it, though, Rockstar, that Montana is the first of the 50 states to ban TikTok. It's coming. I mean, it's coming for everybody at some point.
Montana's always been ahead of the
curve.
yeah.
They're always number one.
Oh,
but they're
how
gonna ban
pissed
at
are
some
you
point.
going to be when you get banned from TikTok?
Yeah, because I've gotten a little too addicted to it. It's probably going to be good for me. It's where I saw the Morgan Wallen thing, though, because it started leaking out last night after he canceled. All these people doing videos like they're holding their phone up as they're walking away. So my family, we drove, what did we drive? We drove 8 hours to get here. I spent $400 on a hotel room. Only to have Morgan Wallen quit right before the show. I mean, it is just like one TikTok after another.
I'd be pissed too.
It's everybody's first reaction is, are we going to stop and do the video? No, let's do it walk into the car. That'll make it much, much better. Much more believable if we're out of breath walking to the car. And then I did see some TikToks from inside, like when they made the announcement, and then how bad is this job? The stage crew had to come out and start tearing the stage down, and people were like throwing beers at them and stuff. I mean, that had to
They had nothing to do with it.
Well, I know, but I mean,
I understand you're pissed, but those guys had nothing to do with it.
You got to vent somehow, right?
Yeah,
it's
like
just sad.
People are probably 10 beers deep. But imagine being the stagehand knowing, all right,
here we go.
Yeah, we got to go tear this joint down, man. Crowd's still out there. And guess what? They are pissed. All right, when we come back, NBA playoffs, as we continue through another weekend, we were wrong about LeBron points, but the Lakers have taken a commanding lead. We'll discuss that next on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter @TheLanceTaylor.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken. Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Winners of every major championship in golf. Legends to an entire generation of sports fans. This is the region's tradition at Greystone. May 10th through the 14th. Ernie Els, Bernhard Langer, Padraig Harrington, and defending champion Steve Stricker are a few of the golf greats who will be fighting for another shot at history.
I like this matchup, huh? How could he not love this group?
The region's tradition. Buy your tickets today.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Coming up in the next hour, there was some fallout from an interesting story from the Colorado spring game. We'll discuss that in a moment. But first, a little NBA talk after Lance reminds us that the lock is coming up tonight. Perhaps an NBA game. You got some choices tonight, Lance.
I do have an NBA lock coming up. I had a ratty weekend, man.
Ratty, huh?
Yep.
Well,
really good run coming into the weekend. Weekend wasn't good.
Yeah, well, let's bounce back tonight.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do.
The lock always presented by our friends at Hemp Hill Services.
Yeah, and again, Hemp Hill wants to remind you that spring weather is here. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services offering that $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent Trane dealer. The team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a Trane. Do it now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Let's just real quickly go back to Saturday night. The Nets were never in the playoffs anyway. 76ers bounced them in 4 games. Philadelphia looks really, really good right now, though, obviously.
They do. I mean, Embiid's a beast. Yeah. And then when you've got a compliment like Harden, who can offensively take a game over, Philadelphia is going to be a tough out.
Suns put their foot on the Clippers' neck, 112-100 Saturday. They've got a 3-1 lead. So that one is very close to being over. You very much like Phoenix there, obviously.
Obviously, yeah.
Miami leads their series over the Bucks 2-1. That thing turned on the Greek Freak injury there.
Well, yeah, it turned game 1. Yeah, yep. when Giannis goes out, and the Bucks were able to bounce back in a big way in game 2. But then game 3, the Heat dominated pretty much wire to wire. tonight's going to be really interesting. I like the Bucks here. I almost laid the 7. Got a little scared off. It might be a little too inflated, but I think the Bucks even up the series. Bucks eventually win this series.
Yeah. The Lakers and the Grizz, 111-100. We talked about this Friday because we both thought on the heels of Dylan Brooks that LeBron was going to go off in this game. He didn't really, but as you pointed out, Brooks got ejected, which probably slowed that down a little bit. Maybe he does go over the 28 or get to 40 if Brooks is there in the fourth quarter. He was not, and doesn't really matter. I mean, the Lakers, they've got this series in control now. They are even though it's 2-2 or 2-1, excuse me, they are the heavy betting favorites right now in Vegas to win this series.
Well, you look, I mean, Ja Morant returns, scores 45, and they still lose the game by double digits. That is not good for the Grizz. The Lakers, 4.5-point favorites. I think tonight is going to be a really interesting game and just see how this series goes. Again, I still, although it's a 2-7 series, still favor, obviously, the Lakers up 2-1 to go on and win this series. But I could see it go 7 games.
Yeah.
Especially if the Grizz get tonight.
The Knicks lead the Cavs 3-1, 102-93. The Knicks beat the Cavs yesterday.
Well, they're doing it with guards. I mean, Jalen Brunson was fantastic yesterday. Josh Hart, who gets to start yesterday, was really, really good. R.J. Barrett, guard play has been fantastic for the Knicks. And you look at Cleveland, and Donovan Mitchell, who is the best player in this series, just hasn't played to Donovan Mitchell's level. And that's one of the reasons the Knicks hold this 3-1 lead. And the Knicks could be one of these dark horses, as a 5 seed.
Yeah, because everybody just assumes, and I can't even remember, I think it was Barkley. It was on the show, like if Giannis is out any period of time, the Greek Freak, the Celtics are going to the NBA Finals. So I think everybody just assumes if the Bucks get out of the way, the Celtics are automatically, who are up 3-1 on the Hawks, in the NBA Finals. You're saying not so fast with Philadelphia and New York out there, huh?
Well, Philadelphia, I would be a little more scared of them just because of Embiid than New York. But if Julius Randle can get that ankle injury taken care of, again, with the way their guards are playing, it could get interesting in the East.
Yeah. Also, real quick, a 3-1 series, and I want to get back to Warriors-Kings. 3-1 series, Nuggets beat the Timberwolves actually win last night, 114-108, only to extend the series just a little bit.
It's
Nuggets
inevitable. Yeah, look, the Nuggets had their worst shooting night of the year.
Right.
The Nuggets are a much better team, complete team. Jokic, obviously, is a guy that still dominated, almost had a triple-double last night in the loss. That game goes to overtime. And Anthony Edwards, I just don't get this. And I know you were a big fan of, oh my gosh, what's his name? Former Georgia coach.
Oh, Mark Fox. I always like.
No, not Mark Fox.
Not Mark Fox. Tom Crean.
Tom Crean.
Yeah.
And Tom Crean has Anthony Edwards, who eventually goes number 1 overall, one and done to Minnesota. And he's just a scoring machine. And to think that team was sub 500 with Anthony Edwards.
It is hard to figure out. In
It
college
really is.
basketball, one great player. Even in a tough conference.
Yeah, you should be good enough to at least win 20 games and get. But, we've seen it before.
Yeah.
We saw it with, who was the kid out of LSU? The big guard.
I know who you're
just
talking
doesn't
about.
play
Yeah,
anymore.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah. I know who you're talking about. And they couldn't even make the postseason with him.
Yeah. Same with Anthony Edwards.
Yeah. So then that gets us to Warriors-Kings, which has been, to me, Lance, I've had a little interest in Memphis and L.A. because of Dylan Brooks. But overall, this Warriors-Kings has been the one that has interested me the most. It is now 2-2.
Ben Simmons, by the way.
Ben Simmons. It is now 2-2. The Warriors are a slight favorite in Vegas to win this series, even though they've still got 2 games left in Sacramento, and they have not been a good road team all year.
Well, you got to wonder if Golden State got another life yesterday because they were up 5 with, a minute to go in that game. And Steph Curry just boneheaded plays that you don't see Steph make. Because of a challenge earlier that didn't go through from Steve Kerr, they were out of timeout. Steph Curry calls a timeout in the backcourt, turn the ball over. De'Aaron Fox hits a 3, makes it a 1-point game. They go down. Steph takes it was a good look, but it was with 14 seconds still to go in the game. Could have taken another 10 seconds off that clock. They miss. Sacramento gets set up, and they've got an open look to win that game and to walk off and to be up 3-1. And Harrison Barnes missed the shot. If he makes that shot, the series is over. But now that he missed that shot, Golden State just needs to get one of these 2 games in Sacramento.
So it seems like you feel like that is one of those plays where we can look back and say that's where the series turned right there.
Could be.
Because I think a lot of people thought the series might have turned in the Draymond situation, but they easily win Game 3 without him. And now with him back, they less easily win Game 4. So it didn't turn there at all. Or maybe it did. Maybe it turned in the favor of Golden State. But this, I'm with you. This feels like a moment where you'll look back and say, if Sacramento makes that shot, this series ends differently.
And I'm pulling for Sacramento. I'm kind of over Golden State. I don't know where you are on this. I love watching the Aaron Fox play.
Yeah, don't really care. I've just enjoyed the series because there's been a lot of intrigue and there's been some good games. I mean, most of the games have been good games.
And I'm going to be really surprised if it doesn't go. I said this last week, 7 games, and we get that Game 7 Sunday in Sacramento, and it should be a lot of fun.
Should be. You're going to have a bunch of series over before then. Tonight, Bucks Heat. The Heat try to go up 3-1, and your Lakers against the Grizzlies. Your Lakers are favored 4.5 at home. They can take a 3-1 lead here tonight. How do you feel?
I think this game is going to be interesting.
Okay, Lance clearly giving
I'm giving out the Grizz plus 4.5.
Are you?
Yeah.
That's the lock?
I think the Grizz might win this game outright, yeah.
Ooh, that's going to be a tough loss. And in Crypto.com arena, huh? I mean, you
still
don't
think
just waltz into Crypto.com arena and win a game like that. I mean, it's still like Boston Garden, Rockstar.
Still think the Lakers are going to win this series, but I've got a feeling they lose tonight.
Okay. Well, I said Golden State and Sacramento have the most intrigue. If the Grizz win tonight on the road, now this one does. All right, it's right there with Golden State and Sacramento. So you can see both these going 7?
Yeah, I think it's now the Lakers are minus 320.
Yeah, they're a heavy favorite to win this series.
Yeah, but if they take a 3-1 lead,
it's over.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for them to lose 3 straight games.
Yeah. Yeah, they are a heavy favorite to win the series. There is no doubt. But tonight,
I like the Grizz.
You feel
tonight.
good about the Grizz
I
tonight.
do.
Okay. That is the late game, 8 o'clock tip on TNT. Right before that, Bucks Heat at 5:30 on TNT tonight. You got to lean in that one at all, or you want to stay away from that? Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, no, I think the Bucks win the game. I'm not sure if they cover though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So get a little extension there at 2-2 rather than the Heat go up 3-1. So we will see how those turn out tonight, both those games on TNT as the NBA playoffs continue. This hour has been presented in part by our friends at Champy's, or it's been presented entirely by Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Don't forget those Mississippi Delta tamales, the great signs, the great desserts, the po' boys, and the great chicken there at Champy's Chicken. 119 in Alabaster. 119 in Alabaster is where you find Champy's world-famous fried chicken. If you weren't with us earlier, we talked a little bit about the draft. We're going to be at Twin Peaks Thursday night from 5 to 7 with our friends at Bud Light for the draft. And Lance was telling you that the Vegas markets are moving away from CJ. Is that a fair way to put it? They're moving away from CJ Stroud at the second pick. So it is clearly now going to be Bryce Young becoming Alabama's first overall number 1 in the common draft era. Number 2 is where the intrigue starts. You mentioned 4 players, including Stroud, and then threw in a bonus 5th player from Texas Tech. So the Texans really have a bunch of different ways that they might go in this deal.
We talk about Tyree Wilson, the kid from Texas Tech, and he's got the long arms. He's a defensive end. But if you're D'Amico Ryans, because of the Alabama connection and just because Will Anderson looks to be the better player, I think it would be kind of shocking if they went that direction and didn't go Will Anderson if they are going defense and they're going to try to get quarterback with 13.
I
don't think you can roll the dice. If you have what you believe is your franchise quarterback, whether it's C.J. Stroud, Levis, or Richardson, this draft is going to be so all over the place. I think you got to take him at number 2.
I just feel like they probably think Bryce Young would be a franchise quarterback for us, but we don't see any of these other guys being a franchise quarterback.
No.
And in that case, Lance, I like you going somewhere else at number 2. I mean, if you don't think a guy's going to be a franchise quarterback, in fact, I would say this. If you don't think a guy's going to be a Hall of Fame quarterback, you can't draft him number 2. I mean, if he's drafted number 2, he ought to be a Hall of Fame quarterback.
I agree.
And I don't know if you see that in Will Levis. I don't know if you see it in Anthony Richardson.
Well, I mean, somebody might see it. I don't see it.
Yeah. It's going to require Houston to see it for him to go number 2. Cody asked, how far could Stroud fall? If you weren't with us, he made reportedly a 18% on the cognitive test, the S2 test. How far could you see him falling? I mean, because at some point you start to fall to places that don't need quarterback in the first round.
Okay. We know, though, Carolina is going to take quarterback.
Yeah.
Houston needs quarterback. Indianapolis needs quarterback. Although Seattle gave him a nice deal, Seattle probably needs quarterback of the future under Geno Smith.
Yeah. Lions don't.
The Raiders.
I don't know.
Falcons, I don't know.
Falcons.
Titans definitely do.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, he's not going to fall outside 11, I wouldn't think, would you?
I would not think.
And I do wonder if...
Worst case, you would fall to 16 in Washington.
Yeah. But I was going to say, if the Texans went elsewhere and then he's right there at 12, boy, it is hard not to take him at 12, isn't it?
Yeah, I think they would at 12.
I mean, if he fell all the way to 12, I would think the Texans would say, look, we were thinking about this guy at number 2. We got a player we love at 2. Now we can take our quarterback at 12.
And that's one of those things, if teams have soured, because there's only 2 teams before drafting at 12, well, I say that. You've got Tennessee that I could definitely see is in the market for a quarterback. You've got Indiana. If Indianapolis and Seattle decide to go quarterbacks with Tennessee there, that's your problem. But if you feel like you can roll the dice and that somehow C.J. Stroud falls to you and you could get a Will Anderson and a C.J. Stroud, that'd be a hell of a first round.
Oh, you ain't kidding. You would feel pretty good, I would think, at that point. Cody says, could it be the 4th quarterback taken? Absolutely, it could be the 4th quarterback taken.
Sure
at this point, it's starting to look like that is definitely in play right now. Because it looks like the Levis, Richardson, and Stroud now all of a sudden are bunched together, and who knows who goes where. All right, when we come back, that story from Colorado's spring game. They had a spring game, a lot of talk about what happened on the field, and then something happened off the field afterwards. We'll discuss that next on the Next Round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit NextRoundLive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at NextRoundLive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit NextRoundLive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at NextRoundLive.com and on the Next Round app.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all over the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, another hour of the next round along with Lance Taylor. I'm Ryan Brown. Dunaway continuing his vacation. Rock star Scott Forrester, John Lunsford, Tyler the intern, all back in the back room. Taylor Korn handling your social media. As always, you can follow us on social media at Next Round Live, at Next Round Live. While you're checking us out on YouTube, do a couple things for us. Number one, give us that thumbs up. That always helps us, so please give us a thumbs up there on YouTube. And make sure you have subscribed and set your alerts. If you're just hanging out on YouTube, go ahead and subscribe. Click that subscribe button and set your alerts so you always know when we're live with specialty programming, like we'll have Thursday night for the draft from Twin Peaks. You get an alert, and you know we're there. So set your alerts and make sure you've subscribed, and please hit that thumbs up for us on YouTube. So we head to the final hour. We've got some college football we're going to talk about here, and also 4 downs coming up this hour as well. We look ahead to this hour presented by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. We're about to hear from primetime Deion Sanders and something that happened after his game that has his players, or at least one of his players, talking. It's an interesting story, and you wonder how much more of this we're going to see. That's presented by Michelson.
969-8100, that's the number you need to write down, the number that I called over 2 decades ago. I wore the contacts, was wasting money each and every year on the contacts and solution. Went in, got the procedure done. 2015 vision, better than 2020. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the Next Round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. 205-969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
All right, so I did get sucked into watching some of the Colorado spring game. I was going to watch a little bit of it anyway if I could. It just so happened I was at home, had some time to kill, and I'm like, well, let's see if it's on ESPN. I flip on, and the XFL game is late. It's a blowout, 50-something to 20-something, but they stuck with it. There might be a point differential rule in that league or something on the playoffs. I don't know, because St. Louis was still trying to score late. Like, they were up 50-something to 20-something. Instead of run the clock out, they were throwing in the end zone. So there must be some point differential something to determine who goes to the playoffs.
I really don't know.
Really don't care. It's the XFL don't care. But anyway, so I'm watching the game, and they say, hey, don't forget, coming up, the Colorado spring game, here's Coach Prime, and he's got on his cowboy hat, and there's snow pushed off to the side. And then when they come on the game, Chris Fowler is on the field, and they show the overhead, and so is RG3. They show like a drone shot or whatever, and there's snow all over Boulder. And I'm like, oh, all of a sudden we got a spring football snow game, all right? So I stick around and watch a little bit.
By the way, I've never seen that before.
The spring football snow
I'm
game?
sure it happens in the Big Ten.
Got to be pretty rare.
Yeah, but I can't ever remember that visual of seeing highlights from a spring game and seeing it snow.
And it apparently caught them by surprise even the night before, because they apparently had like these emergency coach meetings to determine how they were going to do the game, because they didn't want to get anybody hurt on a field that might not, they weren't ready for the snow or whatever. I don't know.
Did their span say it was going to be a dusting?
Yeah, I really don't know. I didn't get their weather report. Span would probably crack back and say, I don't know. How are the locks this weekend, Lance?
Yeah, they weren't good.
So anyway, so they basically did like a bunch of spring drills. So I checked out pretty quick. I didn't see this receiver I'm about to talk about, what kind of game he had. But here's Primetime. Let's start with him. This is Coach Prime after the game, Colorado spring game, and here's what Coach had to say.
It was phenomenal. I'm amazed and just stoked, if that's the proper word, about the attendance and about the energy and electricity.
I know this is just one step in your off-season process. So
Yes.
What does it look like now that spring ball is over? What's the next process?
Well, this is the genesis of the new era, the new thing. This was the genesis. This was the beginning of everything, to the direction that we go right now. You all know that we're going to move on from some of the team members, and we're going to reload and get some kids that we really identify with. So this process is going to be quick. It's going to be fast, but we're going to get it done.
So that's him talking about the genesis. Their Garden of Eden was the spring game in the snow. And he says even in that bite, we're going to get rid of some of the guys that are on this roster, basically. There's going to be some roster turnover. Well, part of that turnover is a wide receiver named Montana Lamonius Craig. All right. He had like 450 receptions, or 450 receiving yards. 450 receptions would be a lot. 450 receiving yards last year, okay?
Well, I'm a little surprised because he had a huge
Killed
game.
it. 154 yards, 2 touchdowns, right? Great game. I don't think he's going anywhere in their depth chart. But he is going to the transfer portal. And now some Colorado players led by Shadur Sanders, Colorado's quarterback, are calling him out and saying, you knew you were going to the transfer portal and you just waited until a game on ESPN so people could watch you. You knew our spring game was going to be on ESPN. So you waited to make this announcement so that you could show out on ESPN and then hit the portal.
It's actually not a bad idea.
I kind of say the same thing.
Yeah.
If you're going to do it, why not do it that way?
They can call him out all they want.
Yep.
I'm surprised, though.
He called him crooked. Shadur Sanders said he had crooked ways about him.
Wow. Well, again, it probably will work out for Montana.
I mean, the dude, he had a heck of a game, like you said. People are speaking very highly of this guy, like this Colorado site. Barstool, that covers Colorado, says whoever picks him is getting a great player and an even better human. I don't know the guy at all, but it caught Shadur Sanders and Primetime wrong. And I'll go back to something we did Friday. We played a cut from Prime Friday when he was talking about the transfer portal, and he started talking about, calling guys quitters that leave his team and go into the portal. And then something clicked in his mind, and he quickly realized, you know what, I'm going to be pulling guys out of the portal. I don't need to label them as quitters when they're coming out of the portal to me. So I just think Colorado's got to be careful in the way they deal with this, right?
I would agree, yeah. I mean, they are the most active team right now currently in college football as far as portal is concerned.
Yeah.
So when you're bringing guys in, guys are going to leave. I think this is just a little bitterness because Lamonius Craig is a potentially really good receiver.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he could be. Like you said, he tore it up in their spring game and looked like he had a really good future there, but he is hitting the portal, and this does not appear to be one of the guys that Primetime was talking about, that it was going to be shown the portal. It looks like this guy has chosen to go there. So
don't be surprised. Well, I guess in conference is a little more difficult, isn't it? On this late.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think on the late transfer.
Yeah.
I think on this final window, I don't know if you can transfer in conference.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, kids from Inglewood, watch out USC.
That's true. Yeah, coming back home, right? Rusty says he was not impressed by the spring game. Primetime should have ridden the Buffalo. Michael says this was their genesis. It'll be revelation sooner than later. I guess he's talking about Primetime leaving that program. Daniel says Deion never passes on an opportunity to say he's getting rid of people. I mean, he is open about that. Some would call it refreshing honesty. Some would say, what are you doing to your team?
Yeah, and here's the thing. I wouldn't want to work for a boss where I'm worried about my job every day.
Yeah. Jeff says this is smart by the kid. Live by the transfer, die by the transfer. I kind of agree with that one.
Oh, I 100% agree. If this kid can get more money and a bigger opportunity, again, as high profile as this program is going to be this year, they're not going to be good.
No, they are not. We ran through, if you missed it earlier, we looked at their opening month of football. They open at TCU. Just can you guess point spreads on these? Yeah. At TCU, they're a double-digit dog?
Probably, yeah.
Okay.
I would say they're probably an 11-point dog.
Hosting Nebraska, probably a toss-up. Pick 'em. Nebraska slight favorite.
I would list Nebraska as about a 2.5-point favorite.
Colorado State at home.
I will say that Colorado will be a 4-point favorite there.
At Oregon?
Oregon will be a 13-point favorite.
USC at home?
USC will be a 8-point favorite.
Yeah. I mean, so they're a touchdown or more dog in 3 of their first 5 games.
Yeah. And that's what we called. We called 2 and 3 early.
Yeah. Well, I think 2 and 3 is a win. Like, if they're 3 and 2, I don't think there's a shot they're 4 and 1. If they're 4 and 1, they are the story in college football. Story. I don't care who's undefeated.
No, and Deion is heading for National Coach of the Year.
Yeah. Now I cannot see them being 4 and 1 on that schedule. But
cannot.
Even at 3 and 2, I think a lot of people say, hey, look, I know it's 3 and 2, but he's done a really good job.
Well, I think people tend to forget how bad they were last year.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's a reason Primetime has that job. I mean, they were not good at all.
Yeah. I mean, you think about down the stretch, they score 10 points, 17 points, 7 points, 21 points.
Yeah, and they were not good at all. There is a reason that Primetime has that job. So he is a guy that is openly talking about the transfer portal, now upset. And as a lot of people are pointing out in the chat room, it's high comedy that they're upset for somebody putting the spotlight on themselves, that somebody in the Sanders family is
The
upset
way it
about
works,
that.
though.
I know. I mean, that's the way it has worked in this situation. We'll see if more kids do that. Hey, by the way, the Regions Tradition is coming up May 10 through 14. The Celebrity Pro-Am is coming up Wednesday, May 10th. A lot of the same names that you have been used to. Some of the big names in the Celebrity Pro-Am, like Kirby Smart, Riley Green, Hugh Freeze, Condoleezza Rice, Charles Barkley, and much, much more. The Regions Tradition, right back there at Greystone. Kids 18 and under, free admission with a ticketed adult. And you can see more there at the Regions Tradition. Regions Tradition coming back to Birmingham very, very soon, and we can't wait. We'll be out there on Wednesday on Pro-Am Day for the Regions Tradition. All right, 4 downs when we come back. We get to your calls as well and circle back around to some best and worst of the weekend, some we didn't get to earlier. 205-734-0923 on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
When your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all over the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Make sure to check out our gaming channel on YouTube at Next Round Gaming, and also follow us on Twitter at TNR Gaming 247. That way you can know when we go live with our TNR Madden League, live game streams nightly, and more. That's at Next Round Gaming on YouTube.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from the next round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to the Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store. All right, 4 downs coming up in just a moment. Rockstar, I just got a phone call. You'll learn this as cohort ages. When your kids are out of school, you get the automated phone call to the parents alerting you that your kids are out of school, right? Now, normally that would come. What time would you think would be a reasonable time for that call?
For today to be out?
Well, yeah, like if your kid's out today and you're trying to give the parents a heads up.
Friday?
Normally that call comes pretty early in the morning, like, hey, by the way, they've turned in the roll, I guess, or they've clicked on the computer and your kid's not at school. You may want to check in the kid.
I thought you meant like an actual day off, like a holiday.
No. I'm saying like if your kid is missing
Absent.
school, is absent. I should have put it that way. I mean, you would think the call would come in the morning, right?
Yeah.
My daughter is due to be out of school in an hour. Today is senior skip day. And she's been out of school all day. I literally just got the phone call on the break from the school alerting me. It's an automated thing that my daughter is out of school. And I'm like,
what are you going to do to punish her?
You know, she's supposed to. Well, I mean, she's supposed to be out in an hour. I mean, I would have thought you got the call a little bit earlier. You think they might be a little bit swamped getting those calls out today? But with senior skip day going on?
You know, I never did a senior skip day.
You know, I
never did a senior prank. There was 5 of us, so.
Oh, yeah, you had 5 people in
But
your
still,
class.
I don't think if I was in a bigger school, if I did it, I would participate in a senior prank. I never got into that stuff.
Yeah. People are surprised. Michael says it's a state holiday. I did not know that today. School's still going on. Patrick says senior skip day, LOL. That's still a thing.
Did the senior patio?
What?
We had a senior patio. Like at West David, they had a senior patio where people would go out there. Only seniors got there for lunch. It was a little patio.
Oh, so you got to eat basically. You got your yard time?
Yeah. People would smoke cigarettes.
Yeah.
So cool.
I don't know. I don't remember if we did a senior skip day or not. Like, I skipped school numerous times. Numerous, probably an overstatement there. Several times. I can't remember if any of them were like an organized senior skip day. Perhaps I did. I remember one time I was a office assistant.
Hell yeah.
For the assistant principal, Steve Jacobs, Mr. Jacobs, right?
I'm the office assistant to the assistant principal.
The office assistant to the assistant principal is actually a pretty good gig, Rockstar. And he sent me to the post office one time, and I just figured, you know what? I don't think I'm going back.
I'm going to there's a post office that's really good about an hour away.
Yeah. No. You know where I went, don't you? Yeah, I went to the golf course and did not go back. And apparently that was a big deal. Apparently he was expecting me to come back from the post office. Never did. Well, I mean, I did. Eventually it was just the next day. Lance is back with us. We'll check with it. Did you guys have a senior skip day when you were when you were in high school?
No.
Apparently it's not a thing.
You know, I was blown away. I was doing a promotion for jocks way back in the day, and we had to go back to different high schools.
Yeah.
And we presented something at halftime of Pep Riley. And when I went back to Homewood, like the way students were acting in front of teachers and stuff, and this was...
Did you want to crack some heads?
No, it was probably like 15 years ago. I was just blown away. Like, we really, they ruled with an iron fist.
Right.
I mean, you really couldn't chew gum. You couldn't wear shorts.
Yeah.
You couldn't have a Coke before 11 a.m. or 11:30 a.m.
Yeah.
If you cussed, you were automatically suspended.
Wow.
I mean, one cuss word.
One cuss word will get you?
Yeah. And
that seems a little bit strict.
It's all over the place.
Yeah. Well, I mean.
You guys, was it not like that for y'all back in the day?
Oh, we had you had to have your shirt tail tucked in. You could not have your shirt untucked. And that was strictly enforced. So stupid. No facial hair.
Yeah, you could get sent home for a dress code violation. We had the old shorts had to be no more than 3 inches above the knees. We had that one. Did you have that one?
When they let us wear shorts, yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
It's like you went to school in communism, man.
I think most people, back when we were in school, it was like that.
You know what I'm finding out is Calhoun County was a little more relaxed than your guys' schools. I did not realize that at the time. I didn't know how good we had in Calhoun County. Like, smoking in the bathroom would get you suspended. Not that I ever did that, but you could smell it when you would walk in.
Look at Lunsford. Homewood was pretty strict.
Wow, I did not realize that.
So I was like in middle school, but some chick showed up with like pink hair.
Yeah.
At Homewood High School, and they threw her out.
Threw her out for pink hair?
Yeah.
Like the way that the dad does, Carlton does, on DJ Jazzy Jeff.
Yeah.
But can you imagine the lawsuit you would have on you right now?
It would be there in about 2 seconds. Yeah. My gosh, you could have pink hair at Sachs High School. I cannot believe how lenient Calhoun County rules were compared to you guys.
Kevin says, no wonder I'm so rebellious. No, I've been like that since back in the day.
Yeah, the fact that
there was a reason I was suspended from school.
How many times did you get suspended?
I only got suspended once.
What was it for?
I had a lot of detention. You know what? I really don't even remember.
Did you get the 3-day suspension?
I got the 3-day, yeah.
Oh, boy, that was like a scarlet letter where I came from.
I remember I got detention in 9th grade because I had a broken collarbone, and I had a sling on it. You could not move your arm, and my shirt tail was untucked. And he told me twice in the day. I was like, dude, I can't keep on. He's like, detention. I was like, awesome. I got detention because I can't tuck my damn shirt in.
The more I think about it, I think I got it for cussing.
I mean, I can believe that.
Yeah.
I can believe that. It's not a huge stretch.
And I told you my boy Jace just got 3 days, right?
Yeah. Oh, you did not. Oh no, Jace.
That was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah. For cussing?
No.
Oh.
The old library fight.
Oh no,
Yeah.
Jace.
I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm gonna kick your ass. Hey, listen here.
No, it was real. I saw it. Unfortunately,
Well, you saw it.
These things go viral
Was
now.
it a World
And
Star?
Before he had gotten home from school, Leighton was on my couch saying, "Hey, look at this."
Was World Star what was the name of that?
World Star Hip Hop.
World Star Hip Hop was the old website.
They had a huge logo on embossed on it. World Star.
Yeah. I'll never forget. So I'd forgotten all about World Star Hip Hop, and I was watching Justified. So Justified was in the early 2000s, right? Was when that was at our mid 2000s.
Mid 2000s.
And there was a fight in there, and one of the girls yells, "World Star Hip Hop!" And I just started laughing out loud. I'd completely forgot about that.
I've never even heard of that.
Oh, you haven't? Like people, that was early in the days of video. It was probably not even phone video. This is probably like camcorder video. And people would video fights, and they would yell in the background, "World Star Hip Hop."
So they do.
Yeah,
World Star.
Yeah, they would yell in the background.
Yeah, I never
And
heard that.
That website, it was just one fight after another. This was like before Twitter, before TikTok, and you go to World Star Hip Hop.
Now, I do remember the camcorder. I remember one time, and I'm glad I was not part of this. I did watch the after, though, where Chief and Sly Dog had Sly Dog's younger brothers fighting for who would get candy at the convenience store.
How old were the kids?
They were like 6 and 8. Yeah. But, I mean, they were – you would think they hadn't been fed. I mean, they were fighting like to the death.
Yeah.
It was almost like that scene in Django.
Lunsford is right. He can't believe you've not heard of World Star Hip Hop. That was I mean, if there was a website that would have been your
I've never heard
landing
of it.
page, I really can't believe that either, Lunsford.
Nope.
No, I mean, the stories you randomly bring up for trash, like, hey, did you see this? Because you clicked it on MSN on your homepage. I mean, that is World Star 218.
That was World Star Hip Hop back then. It would have been your homepage. I cannot believe you've never heard of it.
I've never heard of it.
You used to go to rotten.com.
I mean, not on a consistent basis.
Steakandcheese.com was the worst.
Steak and cheese.
Oh my God!
I had to go to Rotten to make sure my man Tupac was really dead.
They had don't you remember the shoulder cuts?
Oh yeah, because he was the Black Elvis for a minute.
Yeah.
Which quick, I was hoping.
I'm going to ask Lance if he's heard some of these others, because I can't believe I was visiting and you weren't. Greg from Pell City, Storm Restoration Roofing. Listen, it is a respected roofing contractor, and that is so important, one of the most in the industry. We've recommended Greg. You have all had great success with him. Locally owned for more than 20 years with an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. If you think your roof has had damage or it's time for a new roof, call Greg from Pell City, 205-542-3531. That's 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City on Facebook is where you find him. If you're a vet, pipe, jack, boot, flashing gutters, he'll inspect those free of charge as a thank you for your service to our great nation. 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City. Lunsford is Lunsford's mic on. Lunsford, Lance, did you ever go to whatwoulddtylerdurdendo.com?
Yeah.
Okay. You saw
yeah, because it had the Fight Club.
Trash.
Yeah. Right. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He was awesome until he sold it. Like, that was one of the best sites, and then it just turned into like girls in bikinis after that.
Yeah, I met him randomly at a Hooters because he actually knew about the show before he sold. I met him at a Hooters in Nashville.
The guy that ran that?
Like before a Titans game, yeah.
Yeah. Did you go to was Perez Hilton a spinoff of that?
No, Perez was known as just short little stories, and then he'd draw on people's faces, like crude drawings on people's faces on the pictures. That's how he started.
He draw phallic things on a lot of people.
Every single picture.
Yeah,
and it's just,
that was his running joke.
Yeah, and he had the latest gossip.
Yeah. I'm trying. There was one more. What was the other one? Like TMZ. I mean, initially everything was web based for them before Twitter started.
Did Sports by Brooks have that kind of stuff on it? He would go out
with leather. That was the other one. Thank you, Jonathan. Withleather.com. Do you remember that one?
Yep.
Do you know
I don't remember that one.
Do you know the genesis of that name?
Nope.
Do you know where that name came from?
I do not.
Lunsford doesn't know either. There was an urban legend. There's an urban legend. I do not know if this story is true or not. That one night it was either at a local bar or an ESPN function, Chris Berman walked in and said, You're with me, Leather. There was a girl wearing leather pants, and he pointed at her and said, "You're with me, Leather."
Yeah,
that was the start of WithLeather.com. Have you ever heard that story?
No, but I'd heard the story that people saw Berman with two girls with leather on at an ATM.
Yeah. That
sounds about right.
Yeah, so that was WithLeather.com. That's where that came from. Now, I do remember that website, too.
I'm trying to find this new Twitter follow that I am on. It's basically like a fight club, and it just shows, like, fights in the wild.
Well, there's a subreddit that's just like kids that are recording fights in high school.
But the girl fights have gotten so violent. We had a girl, Shantae, that she, like most of the guys were scared of her in 7th and 8th grade. But these are Shantae fights left and right.
Well, they grab hair and they throw each other with their head. They pull the weaves out. Oh.
I have never been to that, Chase.
Yeah.
Nor do I want to see it.
No, I wouldn't go to that one if I were you.
Because isn't that just one scene or something?
Yeah, it's a lot of activity.
Yeah. Michael is right. Rotten.com had pics of people hit by train. I mean, Rotten.com had everything. It had it had a whole section where you could just look at autopsy photos.
Yeah, but Bobby sent us something on Twitter this week. I don't know if you saw it, but it was the pedophile running from the law. And he just
jumps in front of that van?
Jumps under that van.
Yeah, that was crazy.
What a dick move for the guy driving the van.
Oh, I know. He'll never get over that, will he? But Lance is right.
How about it jack his undercarriage
Yeah,
up?
I mean, he just runs this guy over. He's never going to get over that.
He got over it.
Jump off a bridge.
Patrick says there's a video of a chick throwing a shovel and hitting another girl in the back of the head that I remember being one of the first. I remember that video.
They were in a fight in the front yard.
Have you seen that video?
No.
Oh, Lance, the sound the shovel makes when it hits this girl in the back of the head.
Did she go down?
Oh,
she starts crying immediately.
Yeah, she starts crying. She gets popped in the head by the back of a shovel. I mean,
Forrester still can't use it. I get it. I get it.
Forrester doesn't even wait for you to ask anymore.
I've learned a little bit since we've been on here 18 months.
Yeah, Forrester doesn't even wait for you to ask. Scott, can we see that video? Nope, still can't use it. Sorry.
I had somebody send me a video of somebody running down the street naked. Forrester's like, we can't use this.
Well, I think there were multiple issues on that one. Hey, don't forget, we'll do 4 downs coming up in the next segment. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary. Anytime you do something for 50 years, you're doing it the right way, right? And Wayne's, they've been in my yard multiple times, taking care of my grass, my termite service, my my mosquito service. They get rid of those mosquitoes so we could stay outside all summer long. And right now, because they are celebrating 50 years in business, you can save $50 on all those. Stack the services when you sign up at Wayne's. Call Wayne's.com, code TNR. Call Wayne's.com. Code TNR. Imagine signing up for all of this: the lawn care, the mosquito protection, the termite service, and saving $50 on each, stacked on top for $150. Guess what? If you're a current customer, you can do the exact same thing when you use promo code TNR. Call Wayne's at 866-WAYNES-1. That's 866-WAYNES-1, or visit callwaynes.com for more information. Back in a moment on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Winners of every major championship in golf. Legends to an entire generation of sports fans. This is the region's tradition at Greystone. May 10th through the 14th. Ernie Els, Bernhard Langer, Padraig Harrington, and defending champion Steve Stricker are a few of the golf greats who will be fighting for another shot at history.
I like this matchup, huh? How could you not love this group?
The region's tradition. Buy your tickets today.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
We're about to do 4 downs, and then after that, a report, I will stress that, on something the SEC might be considering that I think most people are going to say, okay, this is taking it a little too far.
Uh-oh.
A little too far. Before 4 downs, Lance, Precision Sports, getting people back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe you injured that elbow, like loading something up in the top of the closet. Maybe you hurt your knee getting up from the couch at halftime. You tweaked the shoulder in the backyard, shooting a little hoop. Let this be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care, better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
All right, Rockstar, let's do 4 downs here. 4 great questions that Lance is going to throw our way. You jump right into, Rockstar, since I'm by myself here. And those Dunaway, you can be Dunaway in this.
Okay.
All right.
I'll just do what Brown said. 7.
First down.
Ultimately better career, Will Levis, Anthony Richardson, or Hendon Hooker? And I meant to say ultimately better
NFL
NFL former SEC quarterback career. Yeah.
Boy, you know, am I crazy for saying Hendon Hooker is going to get drafted by a better team to probably be a backup, and will one day get his start and be better than those two in the NFL?
No, because
so I'll go Hendon Hooker.
There is a chance that Hendon Hooker goes in the back half of the first, or the very back end of the first round.
Which would be with a better team right now.
With a postseason team from this past year.
Yeah, then what Richardson or Levis will go to. And he's not going to be thrown in right away. He's going to get to develop as an NFL quarterback with good players around him. I'll say Hendon Hooker. I think he had the better career.
I would absolutely. If the Rams somehow got in on Hendon Hooker, if he fell to the second round for their future quarterback, I'd be all about it.
Yeah.
Now, again, going back to, what was it, the G2? What was
the S2 test. The cognitive test.
Yeah.
And Hooker didn't do great, but he did better than C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. Talent-wise, I do think Anthony Richardson's got a high ceiling. I just hadn't seen it, so I would go Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was Daniel Jeremiah on our show. DJ said high ceiling. The difference between the good plays and the bad plays is more than anybody in the NFL. That's basically what DJ said about that.
Second down.
How many different quarterbacks start for Alabama this fall?
I'll go 2. Could be injury. You know, you leave the door open for injury, but I think there's a potential the game 1 starter doesn't hold his job.
Yeah.
So I'll go 2.
I would go 2 too. If I set the over at 2.5, if it hits 3 as the season going off the rails.
If it hits 3, it's been. I mean, when's the last time Alabama started 3 different quarterbacks in one season? Have they ever done that in the Saban era?
So Blake Barnett, Jalen Hurts.
That's right. Hurts started the rest of the year. When Cooper Bateman came in for Coker started the rest of the year. Mac Jones replaced Tua when he got hurt, but he started. Jalen Milroe started in front of Young when he got hurt.
Yeah.
I can't think of a time they've started 3 quarterbacks.
Yeah, they haven't.
I don't think it's happened in the Saban era.
Yeah, I would say 2's the number 2.
Yeah, I think 2. If they start 3, it has come off the rails. To answer your question, yes.
Third down.
Kelly Clarkson, 41. Cedric the Entertainer, 58. Better career. I would go Cedric the Entertainer.
Original king of comedy.
Yeah, I mean, that is just one of the best comedy specials. Have you ever seen it, Brown?
Yeah, I've seen it. And I'll tell you.
I love it.
Yeah.
But Kelly Clarkson, not only did she have a couple of number ones, but she's got this talk show that,
she's
for whatever reason,
man.
people like her.
Yeah.
She's super bubbly. She's one of those ones that she's super bubbly. Besides Kings of Comedy, I know he's in some CBS show, The Neighborhood or something like that. I can't think of anything Cedric the Entertainer
He still makes a lot on stand-up tour.
But out of those guys, who's the fun? I still think Bernie Mac was the funniest of the set.
I don't know. I thought Cedric might have been.
You don't like Steve Harvey?
I like Steve Harvey. Steve Harvey was awesome.
Yeah.
God, what was the guy's name in the front row that he was crushing about the jacket?
Yeah, I mean, I think that out of those 3, I would say Bernie Mac for me.
Bernie Mac.
D.L. Hughley was probably last for me, but he's still good.
Movie I don't think you've seen is Life with Eddie Murphy.
I've seen it.
You've seen it? Bernie Mac is so funny in that movie.
He's great.
He plays a great role in Life.
I'm going to lean Cedric the Entertainer, but I think this one's tough.
There's a great scene, you know how they always do outtakes at the end of Eddie Murphy movies, and Bernie Mac's playing his character, and he's got Martin Lawrence, so he can't talk. I mean, it is Bernie Mac is so
and
funny.
I think Martin Lawrence is one of those underrated guys, too.
Yeah. I like him and Eddie Murphy together. I love Life. That's one of the funniest movies I've ever seen.
Fourth down.
This day in 1974, Tampa Bay was awarded the Bucs franchise. If I asked you the greatest Buck of all time,
Warren Sapp.
So I would go Derek Brooks or Leroy Selman. I think I'm going to go Leroy Selman.
Oh, that's weird. I was going to Wart Dunn or Warren Sapp.
Okay.
I'll go Warren Sapp.
Brad Johnson.
Martin Gramatica.
That's twice you've done that. Don't we move that thing over there by you? And I'm going to say that was a bad move.
It sounds like a bunch of wind chimes.
Yeah, a bunch of shit I've been knocking off.
Yeah. Is Tom Brady the best player to have played for Tampa?
Yes. Tom Brady is.
But he's not the best Buck of all time.
No.
Yeah, I saw this on TikTok.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Do you know why they call it Tampa Bay?
Does Jennifer realize you have a problem?
Probably so.
It's like late at night in the bed, she just hears you snickering.
No, because when I hit the bed, you know me, I am OUT. Yeah.
So instead of watching TV, a lot of times you'll just watch TikTok.
If there's something not good on TV, I'll just hit the TikTok for a little bit.
I'm glad I haven't gotten involved then. If it's that entertaining.
It's a little addictive to me.
And then they're going to rip it out from you, aren't they?
Yeah, I know. The government. You know, I'll go to the black market and get it. Do you know why they call it Tampa Bay? I never knew this.
Because it's on a bay?
Yeah, well, yes, it is on a bay, but they thought the city of Tampa was too small to get consideration for a expansion franchise. So they're like, well, we've got St. Pete right here, Bradenton, and some of these other places. We'll just call it Tampa Bay to incorporate everything. And they basically sold it like we're going to get this whole region behind
Yeah, because everybody, it's Tampa.
Right. There's no city of Tampa Bay.
The only bay is with the Rays, the Lightning.
That's right.
Anything sports related.
Yeah.
Right?
So that basically they went and sold it as we're doing this as a region, not just a city of Tampa, which I never realized that. I've always wondered why it was called Tampa Bay because there is no city of Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Boogie was the guy with the jacket. He thought old Boogie was a drug dealer. That was so funny. If you haven't seen the original Kings of Comedy and you want to laugh, and laughing is good for the body, good for the brain.
Yes.
Take it in. You will not regret it.
That is 4 downs today. Before I give you this thing that the SEC may have gone a little too far, I do want to remind you, or they may go a little too far. This is only a report. I want to stress this is only a report, but it is going to be received very, 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 very poorly. I don't think I've got enough varies to tell you how poorly this will be received. The Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix, powered by AmFirst. It's coming back to the Barber Motorsports Park, April 28th through the 30th. Enjoy food trucks, interactive fan zone, Ferris wheel, kids corner, and more. Tickets are limited and selling fast. Kids 15 and under get in free. You can get yours today, IndyAlabama.com. That is IndyAlabama.com. This is a report by our friend Pat Forty with Sports Illustrated. There is a working group, Lance, with the Southeastern Conference that includes Greg Byrne, Georgia Athletic Director Josh Brooks, Kentucky Athletic Director Mitch Barnhart, and some SEC officials, right? They are trying to figure out how to curb field storming or court storming, for that matter. But we're going to talk about football right now. According to Pat Forty, one of the proposals that will be presented, let me see when the date is. This is going to present to ADs very soon, it says. One of the, according to Pat Forty, spring meetings, so May 30th, June 2nd, this will be approved or will be presented, and if approved, the changes could start in this upcoming football season. One of the proposed penalties for field storming, maybe not the first violation, as Scott shows you video from Tennessee after they beat Alabama, but perhaps if this is a multiple violator, that to use that example there, Tennessee, Alabama, that if they met this penalty level, that Tennessee could lose a future home game that would then be played in Tuscaloosa.
Oh, come on.
That's according to Pat Forty.
Here's what I would ask. I'm sure there's some damage that's done to the field.
Now, Pat does say it's unlikely to gain much traction, by the way.
So, monetarily, yeah, there's damage. But how many people actually get hurt?
Well, I mean, if you watch the video Scott is showing, the scary part about that video is watch the crush of fans coming down, and all that is between this front row and the field is a brick wall. And as soon as the game goes final, you can see a crush of people coming down that actually, if they don't allow these front rows to storm the field, some people are going to get hurt very, very, very badly. Because you can just see a crush of people coming down, Lance, and there are some girls that are trying to go over the wall one leg at a time, and they get stuck. I mean, that's a scary scene. You got to give me that. And it's not really getting on the field. Getting on the field was actually the safe part for those fans. The fans that are on that front row are going to get crushed. So you got to figure out a way to stop that.
Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't happen a lot.
It doesn't. You're right. This feels like a reaction to the Tennessee situation there. And then there was an ugly situation with Jermaine Burton leaving the field that we discussed when Dunaway couldn't get everybody off the field safely. But there could be a forfeiture of a home field game. That is one of the things that potentially would be proposed by this group.
Oh, that would be massive. Rusty over in the Coke Zero chat room. If every squad had Dunaway, this wouldn't be an issue.
That's right. Dunaway tried to get him off the field.
I'm trying, man.
He tried. Jimmy Security.
One co-ed at a time.
I'm one man. I am one man.
Yeah.
A lot of weight on my back.
Yeah. Volfan205 is not correct. He says the only dangerous part of that video is Jermaine Burton. That was a bad scene with Jermaine Burton, and I'm not going to argue with you, but the scary part about the video are the people in the front row. If you don't allow them to storm the field, they're going to get crushed up against that wall. It may not kill them, may not break a leg. I don't know what it's going to do, but they're going to get crushed if they aren't allowed to come out on the field right there. So you got to figure out how to slow that down, and good luck on that one. There's not a fine big enough that's going to make a Tennessee fan sitting at that game that hasn't seen their team beat Alabama in 15 years say, you know what, I'm not rushing the field because I don't want my school to pay $10 million.
Yeah, and even giving up a home game, I don't think they would care.
No.
In that situation.
I agree with you. You're a prisoner of the moment at that point. You're not going to stop and think, this means this game's going to be played at Bryant-Denny 3 consecutive years now. They're going to rush the field.
Charles is right. Alabama's going to get a lot of free home games over the years.
It happens to them more than anybody. Yeah. I mean, just recently, big situation at Texas A&M. It's happened a couple times at Jordan-Hare Stadium, in Knoxville, in Baton Rouge this past year.
Yep.
Just this past year, they got Knoxville and Baton Rouge. And a tough scene for Alabama going off the field at both spots. You're right. Alabama could play a full home schedule if they'll play it just right.
That's what Lunsford said. How did Alabama get 12 home games this year? Well, they had a bad year last year.
That's right. One bad year for Alabama. They got 12 home games. Nick Saban playing chess, everybody else playing checkers at that point, right? Forrester says, how about Vandy's orderly storming of the field after the Florida win? They still got fined for that, by the way.
Yep. Doesn't matter how you do it.
Even though it was orderly, they still had to stroke the check to the SEC for that one. I don't know how you curb this, but it doesn't feel like this is the best idea to do it. Yeah. And even Pat Forty in his report says this is not likely to gain much traction. I don't think any AD is going to sit there and think this is a good idea.
No, because it could happen to your school.
But I understand where Greg Byrne, Brooks, and Mitch Barnhart are, is that they realize there's not a price you can put on this big enough to prevent people from doing it. And at some point, what good is it doing the conference if Tennessee's got to fork over $10 million? That's not helping anything, because now that's just putting Tennessee a little bit behind the 8 ball financially, and it's going to hurt the long-term product. And you know who doesn't care about that? The student in the student section the first time you beat Alabama in 15 years. They're not thinking about that. The fine is ridiculous.
Yeah, again, and maybe I'm wrong. Do we see it once every Saturday in college football? I mean, I'm talking about across the board.
Yeah, across the nation, you probably see a field storm on average every Saturday. You probably see 12 big ones a year.
Yeah, 12 to 15.
Yeah, the Clemson one's different. At Clemson, it's something they do every game. It's an old tradition, and the fans kind of do it orderly. They let the other team get off the field most of the time, or there's security for that.
Now, well, they're ACC, so it doesn't matter. But I was going to say, if Clemson was part of the SEC, do you make them kill tradition based on this?
See, I mean, that would be the tricky part, right? Because that is tradition at Clemson, and everybody knows it's happening, and it's done, like I said, in as an orderly a fashion as they can do it. But if I'm LSU, say, and I was in the same conference at Clemson, I'm like, you can't let them do it and not let us do it. How does that? Just because we're less orderly.
Right.
You say they do it orderly. I can't lose a home game over this. It's a tricky situation. There's absolutely no doubt it's a tricky situation. To use a done-away transition, Lance, you know what's never tricky? Sliced pizza.
Oh, it is not.
It's not tricky, man.
Guess what I ate last night?
Sliced pizza. Which one did you get, the Hot Mama?
Well, we were talking about it on the way there, me and Jack. Yeah, we went to meet Uncle Reed for his birthday.
Right.
And I said, what are you thinking tonight? He's like, I like what we got last time. I said, the spicy one? He said, yep.
Yes, sir.
I said,
Hot Mama.
We're going to go with the Hot Mama. So we went with the Hot Mama. Of course, sister-in-law Emily wants to trade out a piece of the spicy Hawaiian for the Hot Mama, which I did.
Yeah, you got to go with 2 for 1 there, though, I think.
It's still so good because they do their spicy Hawaiian. It typically comes with the Canadian bacon. They do theirs with pepperoni instead.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And then we had a super cheese. Just fantastic pizza. It's local pizza. It's local ingredients. Created by the Bajalia Brothers. We were at the Vestavia location last night. There's one in Lakeview. There's one in Montevallo. There's one in Crestline Park now. For more information, go online, lunch or dinner. They've got a fabulous selection of cold beer as well. It is slicebirmingham.com.
All right, one coach this weekend asked, is your team there yet? Are you a contender yet? Who that coach was and what he said when we return to wrap up the next round.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
Winners of every major championship in golf. Legends to an entire generation of sports fans. This is the region's tradition at Greystone. May 10th through the 14th. Ernie Els, Bernhard Langer, Padraig Harrington, and defending champion Steve Stricker are a few of the golf greats who will be fighting for another shot at history.
I like this matchup, huh? How could he not love this group?
The region's tradition. Buy your tickets today.
How much are you paying for your auto loan or your RV loan? Legacy Community Federal Credit Union may help you save. It's time for Swap and Drop for all members of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. Swap to Legacy and drop that rate. You can apply online at legacycreditunion.com or stop by any Legacy Community Federal Credit Union branch. It's time to swap and drop with Legacy Credit Union. Proud supporters of UAB and UAB Athletics, federally insured by the NCUA.
Saturday, April 29th is Legends Day.
Professional football right here in Birmingham.
With your Birmingham Stallions take on the New Orleans Breakers. Get your tickets today and bring the whole family to Protective Stadium and get autographs from Alabama sports legends.
You feel the energy.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10.
Stallions all the way to the house.
Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our not-for-all-ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
All right, a reminder, coming up Friday, we will be right there at Twin Peaks and Hoover, or excuse me, Thursday, Twin Peaks and Hoover for the draft, unless they move the draft to Friday, first round. Not likely. So we are going to be right there Thursday night. We will be there basically 5 to 7. We're going to be live around 5. If you do not have your alerts set on YouTube or you're not following us on social media, you may not know when we go live. So please do that. If you're watching us on YouTube, hit that thumbs up for us. That helps us a lot too. Give us a thumbs up on YouTube. Make sure you have subscribed and set your alerts so you know when we're live. Follow us on all social media at Next Round Live, And don't forget, to your planning vacations, trips to the beach, trips to the lake, don't forget that car. You want to make sure you make it safely. And your car is in top running order right now. And you can do that with our friends at Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Don't let it interfere with your plans. The best service in the greater Birmingham area is Vulcan Tire and Automotive. 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Learn more at VulcanTireandAuto.com. Cut 6, Rockstar, to wrap the show up today. Cut 6. This coach is about to be asked, is your team there yet? Are you fully cooked, I guess, so to speak? Are you ready to be a national contender coming out of a spring game Saturday? And here's what LSU coach Brian Kelly said to that.
Is it too premature to say after a year that you're there, or do you think you're close?
Well, I think we're getting closer to that. I think, clearly the area of concern for us is in depth. We're not at 85 scholarship players yet. We're below that line. So, 2 or 3 key injuries puts us in a very difficult position. We should be able in the SEC West to sustain some key injuries to key players. I don't believe we're at that point yet. If we, knock on wood, stay injury-free and continue to develop, we're going to be fine. But that's not where you want to be in this league. You have to, I think, go into a season and expect to lose some key players and still win this league. So I think that's probably our Achilles heel, if you will, is that we're still not at 85 scholarship players, and it's still going to require us to keep this team injury-free.
Fairly honest answer, I thought, there from Brian Kelly.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm a little surprised. Well, I guess I'm not surprised with the numbers, but you could really dive into that portal just to get the numbers where you needed them.
Yeah, you would think just to add some depth. I mean, a kid that, say, is at, I don't know, Eastern Michigan in the transfer portal, you're like, come to LSU, you're going to play in front of more people you ever played in front of. Chance you may start, man. You may come down here and win a job. But if nothing else, you're going to come play SEC football. Now, if you just want to go play somewhere.
But that does tell me that he is super confident in this team. I think this team's going to be really good.
That's what I took from that. Is his objection wasn't to suggesting that they had arrived at a level where if they stay healthy, they can compete. His objection was, if we don't stay healthy, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
That's that. He didn't blow up and say, man, our roster is nowhere close. He just basically said, well, all we need is a little more depth.
Man,
So
I just saw a team that got better and better last year.
Yep.
And I think they've got a ton of momentum coming into this season. I wonder what the scholarship number is for them right now.
I don't know. It's obviously a concern for them. I mean, but dude went to Atlanta year 1. I mean, that is hard to do in this league.
Hard to do, and year 2 for elite coaches is normally that year. Urban Meyer won a national championship. Saban had an undefeated regular season. I think it could be a special year for LSU, especially with the unknowns right now at the quarterback position for Alabama.
Yeah. I thought that was such an informative answer because, his objection wasn't like, our roster isn't up to the level of an Alabama or a Georgia or an Ohio State or somebody like that. He basically just talked about depth. So you're right. The unsaid in that answer is he really likes his front-end talent.
Yeah.
I mean, for his front-line skill guys, his front-line talent, he thinks is good enough to compete in the SEC and win the West again. You could tell by hearing him talk.
Well, look, I think their goals they were in the game last year, so it's got to be winning the SEC. And if you win the SEC, why can you not win the national championship?
Yeah. I mean, if you win the SEC, you've probably beaten an undefeated Georgia team this year.
Yeah, you're probably the 1 seed.
Yeah, I mean, Georgia's probably I mean, I don't know that Georgia is going to lose a game. So how they're not number 1 going into that final weekend, I do not know. So you're probably going to be playing a number 1 undefeated Georgia team in the conference championship game. You win that, you're in the playoffs easy.
Yeah.
And like you said, you're probably the 1 seed in the playoffs. As VolFan205 says, and he is right about this one, it's going to be increasingly more uncommon that teams start a season with 85 scholarship players. Now, Dabo Swinney actually is over the number. He was asked about that after their spring game last weekend, I believe it was, and basically said, look, we put some walk-ons on scholarship. They get that they're year to year. If I have to pull that scholarship back from them, that's what I'm going to have to do. So he was very honest in his answer, too. So they're actually over the number.
Well,
Clemson is, which is pretty rare.
So where do we sit on the 24th? So we've got a week tomorrow for the last transfer portal window. So some of these numbers could actually go down for LSU.
Yeah.
If somebody takes off.
Yeah.
I would assume you would have it probably the other way.
Yeah, they're probably adding, as you said, but I mean, I think VolFan205 is right. It's going to be increasingly more difficult to start your season at your scholarship number. All right, we thank everybody for joining the show today. Very much appreciate Clint Lamb for being with us, talking Alabama AD. You can go get that anywhere you get our show on demand. Coming up tomorrow, Trent Dilfer is sitting right here between me and Lance. We will talk with him about his first few months as the UAB head coach. Clay Travis is going to join us. Andy Staples talks college football. That's all coming up on tomorrow's show. But until then, have a great afternoon. We'll talk to you tomorrow on the next round. See you at 9 o'clock.